Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. I don't have my microphone. Whoops. Try that again. All right, there it is. Welcome to the pub, everybody. Microphone plugged in. Okay, much better. Volume warning if you weren't expecting that. Sorry. Sound enhanced, 400%. Great, thank you. Yes, that'll happen when I just show up with no microphone. But anyways, welcome. Good to see you, RW. Last Dance. Thanks for being here, guys. Got a couple other people watching as well. Great pub last week. It's a pleasure to have some new people, as always. Hopefully they come back. They are always welcome. Generally, new people who are chill are welcome. New people who aren't chill are not welcome. So simple. Simple concept there. But yeah, it's good to see you, the Reverend Simon Sideways, last week. He definitely brought a bit of a crew with him, which was totally awesome. Hey, good to see you too, Chris John Wright. Thanks for being a repeat customer to the pub, my man. From Wrexham, Wales. United Kingdoms. Very cool. Good to see you, brother. I hope you had a good week, as well as everybody else. I did. It's a difficult week, but it was good. Celebrating a long weekend here with Monday off. It is the Reverend Martin Luther King's holiday on Monday, so we get that off now. We used to not get it off, and I think they changed it or did something, because now we get it off. As well as a day in June, I get off now too, which is cool. Day off is awesome, and I'm happy to oblige. Take the day off. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Got a long weekend here. I hope anyone else in the U.S. who gets that is going to enjoy themselves. I think it's a law. Does everybody have to get it? I don't even know. I no idea. Oh, cool. New job at the airport. If it wasn't for Alabama, we would have had to trade in President's Day for MLK and Obama. Okay. Gotcha. I read it as Alabama, even though it doesn't say Alabama. Closer to Obama, but I got you. I'm with you, buddy. Congratulations on the new job at the airport, John. Chris John. Yeah, airport always looked like an interesting place to work for me. To me, when you see a lot of people with official jobs there. So, congratulations. I am smoking. Let me smell it and tell you. This is an what would be called an OG. It's a type of OG. No, not me, man. Though I don't have any problem with Mexican cannabis. It's the storage and compression of it that I don't like. Generally speaking, though, it was usually sativa, being that it was grown in a tropical or subtropical region, so it had to be able to stand up to the heat. So, nothing wrong with it. In fact, there's a great... Yeah, this is good flower, man. Yeah, I've had it. This is good flower, Glenn. Some tasty stuff. Skunky, very skunky smelling. Got a hint of almost like a licorice smell to it. Skunky, licorice. How else could I describe it? Maybe a little bit of lime, to tell you the truth. Cup of tea in the house. And Glenn Quagmire, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you, cup of tea. Welcome, welcome. We're up to 12. That's awesome. I love to see that early on. And hence the problem with when I do a Friday show. Half the people don't show up, which is fine, or don't even know that I'm doing it. So that's why Saturdays rule, man, because I get all the people and you guys are all the bomb. Love to have you here. Thanks for being here. Dabs. Dabs are stronger than flour, though. Oh, I see. The flour busts up your lungs. I got you, man. Dabs maybe are a little smoother for you. Yeah, I've never smoked cigarettes, so... Oh. Yeah. I'm surprised about that, Chris John. It's not good, man. It's not. Do you know who that person is? Or are you kind of figuring it out? Maybe. I don't know. DM me if you need to. Last Dance, it's fine. I'm not happy about that, Chris John. Yeah, something needs to be done. Gerald Thompson, good to see you, man. Good evening to you. And I don't know what's stopping them. Now Texas is setting up... Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. Got you. All right, cool, Glenn. Yeah, it is good, Johnny. Good to see you. How you doing? That's life. Welcome, man. You know, so Texas has the Texas National Guard, I guess a state guard, setting up razor wire at the border, stopping migrants from getting through. I don't really think that's a problem. We've got a little bit of an issue here. It might take some drastic action to slow things down. I don't want to seem like a heartless dude, but sometimes you have to be heartless to help your own country. You know, we have problems that are just going to get worse and compound if we don't at least stem the flow of people. It appears that Texas is fed up. Well, yeah, you know, just saying, like, you know, if there's... I just think we need to stop them from coming in. So that's the bottom line. Jason Gaudette, good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, there you go, Glenn. Stop rewarding them. That is a good start, for sure. I agree with you on that one, man. And, cell phones, money, things of that nature. Who's paying for it? Exactly. Gaudet. Good to see you, Jason. Yeah, you're right. It's not heartless. I know that. You have to do things like that sometimes, right? That's life. Or else we're going to end up, you know, totally screwed. And the people we need to take care of are American citizens. I don't know why that's such a problem, seemingly, for the current administration, but, you know, if they decide to just stop things and change the change the asylum laws, who's gonna, you know, you're the president, do it. Nobody above you, just take care of it, fix it. Is it the fact that they're trying to, like, hold out these democratic ideals or rules. I don't understand it, but they need to stop this shit, man. That's a lot of people's opinion, Chris, for sure. I just wish he didn't have so much baggage, to tell you the truth. I think he has. Yeah, right, there you go. Cup of tea. Interesting. You know, and if they're getting in, they're only going to send word that it was fair. I mean, I'm sure the journey itself was fairly arduous to get here, but if they're getting in and getting benefits, getting places to live, yada, 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 they're going to send word back that it ain't that bad. You know, we're not only talking South America, as you guys know. Hello, wife. Good to see you. Cheers. And Renee Jean, good to see you, man. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Great to see some of you return customers to the pub. I wish there was a virtual way for me to pour you guys a drink. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. There you go, Jason. The world needs now, right? I'll go ahead and roll this thing up and see what we're gonna do next. Yeah, there you go. I don't know if you guys get American football over there, in Europe on TV, the playoffs, but they have started here. The game started off promising. It turned south fairly quickly. I could do a quick jam, sure. Yeah, you know what? I think I will smoke a joint, play some guitar, and then invite everybody to jump on here. Yeah, they're going to do that. Can you believe this, Chris John? They're going to offer health care to undocumented people in California, if I'm to understand what I have read lately. I hear you, man. You're a soccer guy. Who's your club team? I can only guess. Some Scottish fucking who knows. Oh, I swore. That's that. Networked beer pumps. Yeah, maybe not. Here you go, Chris John Wright. Of course, Wrexham. Okay, home team Elgin, if I'm pronouncing it right. Elgin City. Or Elgin. I'm thinking it's a hard G. Very cool. Yeah, I love watching the World Cup. It's absolutely very entertaining. I like it when the games are at times that are convenient for us to watch, not in the morning or 2 in the midnight, whatever, you know. But I do enjoy international soccer. Elgin in Scotland is Badger? Scotland? Yeah, I don't know that one. Cup of tea. They play with a goat's head or a regular soccer ball? Just kidding. Just kidding. That's a different game. Good beer, but it's hard to give up on the cheap beer. Of course there is. I believe there's an everything. I know it's not round, right, RW? Definitely has a little bit of a twist to it when you give it a good wallop. Yeah, there's a lot of those quagmire. Obviously, I live in New England, Massachusetts, which Massachusetts is not based on a British thing, but New England obviously is. There's a lot of places here. Of course, Boston, Lincolnshire. You could just go on and on. Ryan Reynolds, the actor, right? He bought him on a team over there, right? Which is cool. I think LeBron James bought in with the Fenway Group with John Henry to own part of Liverpool. And yeah, and I think didn't Ryan Reynolds' team, they did pretty well, right? Wrexham FC Football Club. Did they win the year he bought in? Totally pretty cool shit. Good fun thing to do with your money if you have excess. They did win. I thought so. Excess millions of dollars lying around. Why not, right? Wouldn't be my first choice, but can't blame them. Play soccer with the soccer ball. Or a football. Do you call it a soccer ball over there? I don't even know. Alright, half a joint should do it to start. I usually smoke until there's stingers, but now I want to play guitar. That's cool. Love it. Alright, we're going to do a jam session with the Stratocaster. Yeah, I've heard about stuff like that. How you doing, Welshman? Thank you, buddy. I will. I had forgotten, even though I told myself earlier not to forget. I'm going to just put this joint out. Here's a better idea. Fix the mic. Do, 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 do. All right, the fans are going to come on fairly loud, so I will play some guitar, and then we'll get this thing rolling. All right. And we're back. Stan Bush tunes. I don't know. Did we cover that before? Maybe not. Let me fix the sound here. Get rid of that fan. All right. That should help. All right. Thank you. Stan Bush, guitar, awesome. Claps. Thank you for everybody. That was just a real simple chord progression. All right, cool. You guys ready? Let's roll. Last Dance, how are you?
All right, how are you? That was awesome.
Thank you, man. Thought I'd throw in a little Sweet Child of Mine at the end. It's been a while since I played that one. Good tune.
Very good.
And RW, how are you?
Look at the smile you put on Dance's face, man. Good job, buddy.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. I noticed you hold a banjo once in a while. Do you ever pluck it?
Not often enough.
Okay.
I will make an effort to do that one night.
Yeah, either that or throw together a quick clip or something, and I'd like to feature it or even just throw it on the Discord.
Yeah, sure.
You play a standard banjo? Four?
5-string.
5-string, right, okay.
And I'm a percussionist, though, so maybe I'll throw you some hand drums or something sometime.
There you go. Cool. Banjo's just sort of for fun sort of thing.
When you move to the foothills, it just makes more sense to have one.
They just give it to you when you get there.
It grows out of the hill when you go there.
You have to earn a lot of respect before they hand you moonshine, and then once you earn a lot of respect, maybe they'll hand you a banjo.
I got you.
It's actually the seed of a plant that grows in the hills.
The banjo is?
Exactly.
Well, if I ever plant mine when I get done with it, I'll take a picture for you, buddy.
There you go. I've always been intrigued by moonshine. You brought it up, and is it something that's I don't want you to incriminate anybody, but it's something that's known to be around, sort of thing.
Yes.
And yes, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I had a buddy who lived in Tennessee. He used to bring some up years ago, and it was awesome. They put like a whole peach in it or some grapes in the bottom of a 32-ounce quart jar, and it was strong, but it was. I think they temper it down a little bit. They don't give you
pineapple.
So they put chunks of pineapple in it, right?
The whole thing's filled with pineapple, and then they fill it with moonshine, and then they let it sit for a long time, and it definitely makes it taste less like battery acid. Right.
And I don't think they're giving you the straight white lightning. That would be like in the 150 proof, right?
No, they give it to you pure if you want it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't recommend it. Anybody that has an addictive personality and drinks a lot, it will rip you in half, man. Don't.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't do it day after day, or else your body will suffer. Trust me.
Of course. Like anything, save it for the one day of every other week or something,
Yeah, bonfire nights or something.
There you go. Exactly. Summer nights. You hear a lot of piggies squealing. That's a reference from Deliverance. Great movie. One of Ned Beatty's most memorable scenes.
No piggy squeals, but lots of coon dogs howling.
Yes, sir. Coon dogs? What the hell's a coon dog? Do you mean coy dog?
No, coon dog, raccoon hunting dogs. Coon dogs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. It's a trained dog, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So they tree the coon and then shoot it out of the tree, something like that, right?
Well, they don't. They only kill the raccoon every once in a while to give to the dog, so the dog can tear it up and get into the hunt more. But usually they don't kill the animal, and it's all for sport.
Just to get it up there, scare the piss out of it, and then
Whoever's dog can tree the raccoon first gets the point.
Okay.
And then they go for the next one. That's an all night thing.
That's cool, man.
For some, I've been invited many times, and I kind of let my neighbors down when I was like, I really don't want to do that.
I mean,
to be honest.
Yeah, if there wasn't guns involved, it sounds a little boring, but you might want to.
Everybody's got guns. Don't think that. They
Okay.
be strapped to the teeth.
Right. In case there's a rabid raccoon or something.
Or
So I'm
chupacabra. I don't know.
right. They're just have. So I'm supposed to post the StreamYard link on YouTube, right? And pin it.
Yeah, I did it.
Sounds right.
Oh, you did it already. Holy.
So as a mod, see, I was trying to do that on Drone Tech's feed, and they were telling me that only the owner of that channel, not a mod, can actually pin the message.
That's correct.
But you just said that you pinned it.
No, I said I posted it. I didn't. I can't pin it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get the 3 dots on the right side, and that allows me to pin it.
Okay, that's where it is. All right. At least I wasn't just amateuring it out.
Yeah, you have to. I think you have to own the channel. Although, so you're a YouTube mod as well, Last Dance, and you still can't pin it?
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough. Now we're straight. Good, all right, here we go. Let's get Welsh Dog on here. How you doing, Welshman?
Good evening, chaps.
Hey,
See you, buddy.
based where Welshie goes, Crunkle or Crankle will follow. So we have to be
Wow.
Like the Grinch.
right.
Yeah.
It might occur to be be alert.
Yeah,
Congratulations on. Now, I can't really say congratulations, but I respect you for replacing the parts on your car, and I'm real curious to see if it drives still.
Yeah. It was a ball ache, but I didn't fuck it up. I just had problems on the way, but I recognised the problems, and rather than I didn't do anything really bad. It just so as what it's like. You start looking, and there's more stuff to do. Just got
Yeah.
in over my head at one point, but it's all done. And it
I try not
drives.
to look too closely at anything because I usually have to fix something.
Yeah.
yeah. Now, do you have the book over there, Welshie, with, like, they used to make them here in the States for people who worked on their car?
Haynes manual.
Something like that has everything about that model in that year, you know?
Yeah, they're called Haynes manuals. Haynes. I think it is Haynes.
Yep,
I use YouTube.
that works.
It does
I mean-
pretty much.
What were the parts you were replacing?
Steve, it was ridiculous. My timing belt, or some people call it cam belt, had worked its way off the cam belt wheel and the water pump. And the reason why was the water pump bearing had gone. So because the water pump bearing had gone, everything's connected together with the timing belt. And it was at such a critical stage. I only clocked it because it was pushing the plastic cover. Was supposed to protect all that. Like it had actually rubbed a way out of the plastic cover, and I just sort of seen it one day, and then I looked at it a bit further, and I thought, Christ, I've literally got a G-string holding my timing belt on all the cogs.
You got my attention though.
Yeah. Jeez. I mean, I show you the photo,
Yeah,
RW, and
Yeah.
the belt is about 40% of the width that it
I'm
should be.
I'm surprised that it could dig into the plastic housing of that pump or whatever you showed that much
Yeah.
without splitting.
Yeah. So everyone I've shown the photos to has sort of agreed with me. Agreed with you, saying, "How does that actually work?" Because there's nothing there left, but it did.
You're driving on miracles, dude. That's my way of thinking of it.
Yeah, good
Lucky.
on you though. You saved a lot of dough fucking doing it yourself. man.
No, it was a scraps car. If that
Okay.
belt had gone, it was scrap because it would have cost the mechanic about £400. I only paid $500 for the car.
Hmm. Is it a little tiny thing? Like, can you even fit in the damn thing?
No, it's worth about £2,000, maybe.
Oh wow.
But it had a problem before. And I solved the problem before, and that's why I got it cheap. So.
Is this the one you were driving down that road one time when you realized you were sort of in the middle of a riot and there was like fires all over the place and
Yeah.
Hey guys, there's a breaking news. Sorry, this 15-second breaking news. Pro-Palestinian protesters attempted to breach White House security fencing as they threw objects at police. I didn't know anything was going on in DC right now.
It sounds like an insurrection.
Let me go on Twitter and have a look.
I would
Yeah,
like to thank these guys in this group and curse them at the same time for introducing me to X News, because it is the fastest way to get news, breaking news. But once you know that, you definitely can get addicted to waiting for the next thing, you know?
Yeah.
What's it called? X News, is it?
No, RAWS Alerts. RAWSALERTS.
Yeah.
RAWS, Raws. Okay.
And I think he named that before it got popular because it should be Raw Alerts. I don't know why the fuck it's RAWS Alerts. It's kind of
It was an
goofy.
acronym.
Someone might have used it. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you're right. And BNO is good, but RAWS has gotten real popular, and it's fast. I mean, it's funny, though. They'll post stuff, and then you could look at CNN. CNN will take like 2 hours on X to post it. I don't know why they don't just jump on it, you know, but yeah. Good shit. Any shots fired on that, RW?
Yeah. Throw links forward. That'd be saying
Yeah,
interesting.
I just see a large, like, Spider-Man and everybody's cosplaying in this crowd. I'm grabbing the link.
Laughing, are they laughing?
What happened that they're protesting today, if anything? It's just a random occurrence, or
I didn't even know that anything was going on today. But, I mean, isn't that like something they'll defend with lethal force?
No, come on. No. Not if it's a pally. They'll just
they're hoping these guys will
cotton
both-
gloves. They'll cotton gloves them.
so all it says is that the reports indicate that non-essential staff at the White House were instructed to evacuate the building, which doesn't mean they even had to, as a massive group of protesters pushed against the fences on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Oh my
So do you
God.
see the guys on the roof
Yep.
of the White House?
They're up
There's
there.
video of it. There's a 57-second video. I see cops outside the front of the gate at a certain point. I don't see anybody on the roof of the house.
Oh, they're up there.
Yeah, they showed them.
There is one guy with something on a tripod, which I...
Come on, lads. Can we get the viewers watching this? Think about
Oh,
it.
sure.
There's three of you
Oh, look at him
like,
thinking
watching shit on your own screens. And not,
He's right, he's
we're
right.
live, lads.
You got
He's just angry he's on a phone. He can't do both at the same time.
I think I
You're
can...
right. You're right. But I'm speaking on the chat's behalf as well.
I can do this. I can pull this off.
What do you think about that, Bottle Cap? He's looking out for you, man.
All right. Share.
Oh, that's right. It could be based on the Houthi strike.
So there's one guy on the roof with the tripod in front of him.
That's just a GoPro camera. You don't have to worry about him.
He's wearing all black.
That's it. Show the pally lod with the old tea towels on the head.
I
Look
think bottle cap has the cause and effect correct. I think it's because we did the Houthi strike. They're rallied up.
There's a guy over here, which I imagine he has a rifle that you're not seeing.
Yeah.
And I bet you this guy has a spotting scope, probably with night vision, and he's telling them what to do.
Exactly, because they're going to be. It's most important to look for weaponry, not people
Right.
in the crowd.
Would that show up good on infrared?
Not
Would a
particularly.
weapon, would the contrast of a weapon in front of a body stand out in infrared?
It depends
I would
if
expect.
it's,
I would expect it
warm or
to.
not.
I would expect it to quite a lot because
Yeah, because
obviously,
the cold metal.
yeah. I mean, look, thermal imaging. Normally, even the ones you can app on your phone and all that sort of shit. You know, obviously there's a distance difference, but you know that can turn around and tell you nearest exact temperatures.
Mhm.
You know, and literally you'll get you know, you can go a couple inches away and there'll be a completely I mean, the reason why I was watching Chinese diesel heaters, and they done that on their phone, and it was really clear. The numbers were, you know, all there. So I would presume that you know, something as advanced as that will be able to tell, like, you got body temperature and then metal.
Yeah.
And the facial recognition that gives the guy's name and all his details out down the side of the heads-up display.
Mhm.
Well,
Possibly.
The future is now, baby.
That's the
well-
Terminator. Yeah.
Well, Cardiff, capital of Wales, my home city, is the capital for facial recognition in the UK.
Huh.
We are the test bed, which I'm really happy about.
Do
Obviously.
you think they know who you are?
Oh fuck yeah! I mean, I was there today on a Paddy protest, and they were on a payphone like box, jumping on a payphone box. And there was two police holding his hind legs. And I said to the inspector, I didn't know he was an inspector. He had two pips on his shoulder. That's how I knew. When I asked him, I said, "Excuse me, constable. Sorry, inspector." I said, "Is inspector with two dots?" He was like, "Yeah." I said, "Are you going to ask him? Are you going to ask him? Pretty please get down." I was sort of like, I went there to like roast him a bit because, well, what are you doing holding his legs? Just pull him down. You got his legs, pull him down. Oh no, it went on for like minutes. And I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Just ask him pretty please. Pretty, hello, please.
They still
Get
have phone
down.
booths over there?
Yeah, they're not used.
I got you. Just left over.
Yeah, they're not even the red ones either. They're just some shitty ones from 10 years ago. Looking horrible.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those here. Coin slots all broken open, someone trying to get the last quarters out of them. It's pretty pathetic, man. Hey, it's Lee. Hi, Lee. I hope you get a chance to join us tonight if you have a minute, Lee.
I tell you what I found really quite funny is when I'm in London. I noticed it a while back, right by Parliament Square where Big Ben is. There's a row of red boxes, and to people in the UK, red boxes, they were all over the UK. So it's nice to see, especially in villages and stuff. But in London, it's a tourist trap, and where they're protesting, and honestly, these tourists they're just literally like magnets to these these red boxes. With the backdrop of Buckingham Palace. It must be on Google or something. You know, this is a good place to take. They're literally queuing up tourists from all over the world. And well, the problem is in the night, people are like doing crack in there, and people are, you know, pissing in there, shitting in there, all sorts.
Jesus.
But they think it's great. We wouldn't go anywhere near them now, obviously.
Of course, yeah. Yeah,
London's fucking lost.
It used to at one time. Maybe I would have thought I would have liked to see London, but no way now. It's not a place I would like to go. A lot of parts of Europe I feel that way about. You know, like the movie. You know, yeah, like European Vacation with Chevy Chase. You know, when you're a kid, I used to think, wow, Paris looks so beautiful. You know, looks like old but modern. London looks super cool. Germany, all of this. No, these places have changed, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, we can get who was a friend of mine I haven't seen for ages. A very much sort of liberal chap, and he brought up Sweden, and I said Sweden, and I said you do realise Sweden, from being one of the safest places in the world, full stop, is like the second most dangerous country in the land of like Europe, in like the 30 countries that make up Europe. It is it's the most violent for sexual assaults per capita. And it's like crazy. And I said, "Oh, you haven't heard about the grenade attacks, have you?" And and this is it. I done a screenshot of it, so hopefully I can come off and come back on and get my screenshot. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. We talked about the grenade things probably over the summer or whatever, and we don't hear anything about that here. Nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
So my Google search was Sweden grenade problem. There we are. I'm not pushing it. So it comes up the first thing, or bold print with what they tell you. You know, when they have a voiceover. So it was like a study confirms an increase in the use of hand grenades in Sweden, although the reason for this increase is unknown. I can't even fucking, because obviously the Swedes were always known for fucking grenade fights, weren't they?
Right.
They're well known for grenade fights. The Nordic people are just like game for all that.
Right. You could just like you said, right? It was very, very peaceful, and now it isn't. And something has changed, and it's fairly obvious what it is. And I don't know. Are we in for the same thing here?
Well, you're in a worse situation than the UK, really. I think.
I mean, there's nothing we can't get here, but we have plenty of guns available to
decent chocolate.
Yeah. Okay. I guess there are some things we can't get here.
I got some good chocolate upstairs, but yeah, I mean, I'm saying, man, like with our current issues with immigration and illegal immigration, which seems to be legal, I don't know what you want to call it now. Is this going to be a total disaster for us?
Well,
are we gonna?
Well, AOC's got a very bright idea. She says like you should just like allow it, right, and then like in the future just process it.
That makes sense. Yeah, she's a genius. I'm gonna grab a beer and pop to the driveway for 1 second. I'll be right back.
She got applauded for that as well. She got applauded for that comment.
I love it.
She got what for it?
She got applauded. She was on some talk show.
Probably The View or something along those lines.
Who's this?
She said we could build a wall, I think she said, and like prevent it, or we can like just basically allow it into the country, and then over a period of time process it. Basically, anyone who's in the country's got a green card. Basically,
are you talking about AOC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She basically said, you know, we should just give them documentation. That would make an easier solution to the problem. I remember saying that.
That'll solve it.
It will solve the problem of them not having documents. Yes, that will solve that problem.
Yeah, they've done it in the UK as well. The Home Office done a similar thing. They just green-lighted, I think it was 170,000 people on the process thing. They said, fill out this 6-page form, fucking form, game on.
Do they have to fill it out correctly, or can they just put whatever?
Well, no, there's plenty of leeways around that. You can go, obviously.
I don't know. I when it comes to the documents I've had to fill out for the government, and when it's come to how the government takes documents I've given them and how often I've had to give it to them twice, or they've just lost or something, I think documents are just funny. You know, like someone fills out a document, it could be absolute bullshit, and then it gets processed by someone that can't do their job. And it's like how the system functions is beyond me. It's a miracle. It's a miracle, I tell you.
Well, and I'm sure it's the same in America. Any government body in the UK is just so poorly run and put together. It's just like a fucking.
We're about 6 months to a year wait for a government document to go through the process and get a result. So I don't know how far backlog you are. If you were to say you wanted a passport, or a visa for your girlfriend to come in or something, you submit the form and you're waiting at least 6 months for some type of activity to happen.
Well, I know someone who's married a Thai woman who is in love and who also worked in the UK. And when her work visa had finished, she had to go back, and now they've been separated now. I think over a year. He comes on live panels. It's quite disgusting all around. They went around it all properly. They done it all like official and all that fucking shit, right? And like she's an asset to the country because she's in the nursing industry. So it's not like this. We need people like that in the UK, and they won't allow her back in the country. And he keeps on like trying to save up to go back out to try and say she's definitely trying to get back in. It's not like a the usual nonsense trick. This is a marriage.
Come on a boat?
Well, this is it. She'd have turned up on a fucking boat. No, here we go. Now we're talking.
No,
24 hours.
I'm serious though. If she's in the situation where she can't get back in legally, can't she just come on a boat?
Well, yeah, she can. And the thing is, if she comes on the boat, then she's always going to be technically on the run in the sense because she's gone about it the right way previous. She'd have to come in under different identity, I suppose. But the reality is, if she should have come on the boat originally, she'd have been processed in about 2 days. She'd have gone straight to a hospital, and then she'd have been on the never, never forever. But she'd have been in a hotel or a house, social housing. She'd have had everything, and she wouldn't have been kicked out the country because she went over.
You're saying that if she took that route now, she'd be poo-pooed because she did try to come in legally. That's kind of a I think that's a far-fetched. I don't see why she couldn't just do it and get away with it.
Because she'd probably be sacrificing all the work she's done to come in legally.
But
because I think it's because she's made that attempt anyway, and they went about it the correct way. They've got to go through the bullshit and the bullshit that is all. And she's already been here, and she's been working here. She came here on a work visa, but it's all finished. And then it was all like, you got to go back now. We're not extending your work visa. And she said, well, I'm settled and married and all that. And they said, well, you've still got to go back, and when you go back, then you can reapply to come like. But
why wouldn't they want a skilled worker in the medical industry though? That's kind of beyond me too.
Yeah.
Well,
beyond me too.
You still have to reapply for your visa because at the expiration date.
Yeah, if you go a day over, if you go a day over, and I know this, like in Australia or New Zealand, you see the programs, they ban you for like 3-4 years, straight ban, done.
I was held up at an airport in America because my wife was. So we were in America a few years ago, and then she got pregnant, so we went back to Australia. Now, what I didn't know is that
pregnant in the airport.
No. Working on that.
Misunderstood.
So we applied for a visa here, and while she was here in America last time, and we were going through the process, and then we just didn't finish the process because we went back to Australia. And because we didn't finish the process, she was flagged as an illegal alien in America and never told us. So when we came back again to America the next time, they weren't allowing her in the country because she was a flagged illegal alien that had been screwed around in the country before, never told us anything about it, and just had us sit there and were questioning us like we were criminals. And after a while, they finally told us what it was all about. I was like, couldn't you just start with that bullshit? Dude, I've been doing everything legal by the papers, and no one ever told me that we did anything wrong. So I was pretty pissed when they were grinding me for it. But anyway, that's just a tangent. Even when you do the right things, you can still be screwed. So
in the UK, this crazy lad in the UK, you can't mention his name. I am going to mention it, but I'll give you the code name first. Luton lad.
You're too quiet for me to pick that up.
Okay. Yeah, so there's like only one crazy person I know that would try and enter America under a false identity. And people in the chat might know this. I'll give him, you can't mention his name, so that's one clue. And the next clue would be Luton lad.
Huh.
You know who that is?
That's over my head.
Okay, so let me see in the chat. If anyone picks up in the chat, Tommy, you got it. So,
Oh.
Okay.
so Tommy Robinson, fucking 12 years ago, fucking went to America, and he was banned in America, right? So he went on like someone else's passport. He got in and out. But he got caught. He did. He got caught. He got caught when he came back. He got back into the country, but he got caught though. Because there was a photo out there or something of him. He's a fucking idiot. Try and get into America. It was straight after 9/11. It was not 9/11. Yeah, 9/11. So it was like a year after 9/11.
Probably not the best time to dick around with passports and travel.
He fucking done it as well. He got in and out, but he got fucking caught.
Huh.
What was his story like? What makes him famous besides that?
Tommy Robinson?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a so he was the founder of the English Defence League, which some people say was a far right organisation. It completely wasn't. He had his own black division. In fact, out of the 14 founding members, 7 of them were black, and you could tell that because you could see their skin under their masks. They were all wearing masks. So yeah, so basically it was a protest movement against what they thought was happening to their country.
They had a fairly strong objection to grooming and rape gangs, which I thought was a pretty righteous thing to object to, or a righteous objection, is what I should say. The thing isn't righteous; the objection was. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
right, Welshman. Like that was a big thing, and he was getting arrested for that.
Oh,
Like, what the fuck, man?
So yeah, it all started when the local regiments came back from Iraq, I think, and a load of the old ragheads was not happy about it, so they started flying ISIS flags in the middle of the town centre, spitting on the servicemen walking past, and that was game over. You've seen like Tiny Tommy. He's all 5'6", jumping over crowd barriers, ripping down the ISIS flag. And it's footage there. You can Google it now. Put down Tommy Luton, mostly ISIS flag, come up, and he gets nicked for that as well. And that's what started everything off, really. From that point on, he set up movement. Yeah. So yeah, RW. This chap's been to prison a few times over nonsense.
Yeah, complete nonsense. Bullshit.
Reporting outside a gang grooming court case. Got him, I think it was like 4 months in solitary confinement. And it is true, you can't be in solitary confinement for over 2 weeks, I believe, because it's classed as like
psychological. Yep.
And he was.
I don't know, if you're a parent and your kids are rowdy enough, you could probably last 3 weeks in solitary without a problem.
Yeah, exceptional circumstances there, mate.
Right. Yeah. There was a time when on social media, if you put "I stand with Tommy," you would get kicked, banned, whatever it was.
Well, that was me taking the mickey earlier on, saying, like I said, I couldn't title. I've had a strike on my channel like 6 months ago for one of his documentaries, which is it's very much factual documentaries. Everyone they named on there was convicted on there, and it's called rape. That's the new word now. You say grape of Britain.
Sure.
Yeah, grape. And yeah, I had a strike. It was published about 2 years ago, and I took a strike 6 months ago for it. Thinking, oh, great, cheers. It's been on my account for 18 months. It's been docile for 17 of those 18 months. And you put it up there because it's someone's hard work, and a lot of people watched it over the week it was popular for, if you know what I mean. It gets, with videos, they get a lot of, sort of airtime, view time for the first couple of days, and that's it. And they don't get much after that.
Was it
So,
a copyright strike or like an offensive strike?
yeah. I think it was harassment or some bullshit.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There was a video I remember from inside a mosque in the UK of somebody basically preaching some pretty heinous things to their followers that was recorded and then shown to the general public, and people were getting in trouble for showing that, even though the person inside the mosque was basically advocating for terroristic acts against the United Kingdom.
A lot of these hate preachers, they're not even British citizens. They're coming into the country, and you can say to yourself, why are you allowing these people into the country? They're preaching hate. Oh yeah, but no. We've got the footage from where they're based. They're talking lots of fucking shit, and we've told you, you're aware, and you've still allowed it. And it goes on so often. It is beyond a joke, though. I mean,
man. Unbelievable.
a lot of our mosques are like Wahhabi run, and that's not a good start.
Yeah, I don't
already.
know much about the different sub factions or factions within that religion, honestly. So that doesn't mean very much to me.
But you got the more pious sort of the more sort of the ones devout Muslims, should we say?
Okay.
It's,
Like, what are the countries? Like, isn't Iraq is what? Shia?
Mostly
Shia and Sunni, but then you got Shia in the south, which was what was that city the British had last dance? Rafilla?
Ramada?
Ramallah.
What was that?
Ramallah.
Ramallah, I think it was Ramallah. Yeah, it was the ones the British had. They were Shiites, and the capital and Saddam was a Sunni.
Okay.
So it is quite confusing, mind you.
And what is Iran predominantly?
Mostly Shiite,
Okay.
almost entirely.
And like, just to keep it current, what are this group we're hearing called the Houthis?
Those are Shiites.
So part of Iran, somewhat sponsored by Iran. So, and then the Wahhabis, are they either Shiite or Sunni, or are they a separate one altogether?
It's a strain of Sunniism.
Okay.
Yeah, well played, Last Dance. You're right there. It's very confusing. It's very confusing as well. It's very confusing. I mean, the Sunnis and the Shiites like killing each other.
Right. Even though they both read the same book and they both more or less pray to the same God, there are a few differences in lineage that one side believes in or one side doesn't believe in. Is that what it comes down to?
The one believes Muhammad is the prof. Not the prophet. The Shiites don't believe Muhammad is the. Is it the? I'm trying to get my pronounce. I'm trying to articulate myself correctly.
Last Dance, any idea?
I don't know exactly what the difference is. I mean, there was some event, a few hundred years after, Islam, after Muhammad, which is, I think, called the schism, where kind of Shiism and Sunnism kind of branched off. And
Interesting. Cup of Tea mentions the schism here, but he mentions it in the Christian schism, which I'm not.
well,
I guess
talking about Martin Luther and
Martin Luther, that would be an example for sure.
yeah,
Splitting off from the Pope, right?
yeah.
The Holy See.
The one thing I've heard the Shias down Speaker's Corner say, when it's been mentioned about poor Aisha being Muhammad's second wife at the age of 54 and her at the age of 6, they say that that's not the case at all. She was a teenager, so it's like more like 16. That they don't go down that one, but they don't understand. They haven't got the answer to why does it say in the hadiths that she was playing with dolls at the time? Because not many 16 to 19-year-old plays with dolls.
Interesting. Very interesting.
How's it going?
Ethan, what did you say?
I'm just saying, Ethan is Atlas, as I know him. I'm just saying hi to him.
Okay. Ethan bringing up, you can parse the differences from there, yes. It's how they interpret the Quran. Yeah, okay. Says Lee. Yep. Catholics versus Proddies.
Like the Sunni are doing a little better with their wealth.
Yeah, if you say Saudi Arabia, yeah, I'd say so. Or they, yeah, doing all right. I mean,
it sort of makes the Shia like the people that drive horse and carriage up in Pennsylvania. What are they called again?
Amish.
Amish. Yeah, it makes the Iranians seem more Amish in comparison.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, look, it's Devil's Advocate
I tell you
extraordinaire.
what, I'd love to find out the Amish's heart attack issue sort of statistics at the moment. You know, things like sudden heart attacks, sudden deaths.
Because their belief in medical
turbo cancers and all that sort of shit. I would love to see.
They are a control group.
What's that?
Mine. Go ahead, Welshie. You know why?
Yeah. It's because they didn't take the jib jab, but I'd love to see what the statistics are.
Yeah, Stern just got COVID for the first time. Howard, that is, and he's been jib jabbed all straight through the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
and he's saying you do not want this. This is bad. So, he's a fairly healthy guy.
Yeah, but every time you have a jab, it fucking plucks away at you. It's like the opposite effect.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it made it any less for him, certainly, but I don't know. That was the whole thing, right? It's not going to hurt, like, you're not going to get as sick with it or something like that, But,
well, that's what, was it Whoopi Goldberg said the other day?
I haven't listened to anything she said in a long time. Last time I paid attention to her was the Little Rascals, man.
The movie Jumpin' Jack Flash from the 80s, maybe?
Originally, what's it called? The View or whatever. They said, oh, you're not going to get it. All these anti-vaxxer weirdos, you shouldn't allow them out. They because, they're not looking after the community and all that nonsense. Looking after Mr. Patel down the road in the corner shop. Oh, no.
Welshie, are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay.
I haven't really deeped into it. I've got enough to deep dive into. I try to avoid it.
In the words of Olaf from Frozen, he hesitated.
No, that's a loaded question. Definitely, I enjoy the conversations that are in those debates. But it's definitely a really negative aspect if you get flagged.
I'd like to hear the debate, but generally, I'd like to hear a really good debaters on the best. Normally, we just get
cheesy crap.
you get idiots trying to explain their position, and there's so much to debunk the flat earthers, and then from the internet that we see, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Where I would love to see a debate from like the best of the flat earther people.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
no tinfoil hat character types.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, the kid who started Birds Aren't Real came out after years and years and said, it's totally a joke, But he ended up getting a big following of people who were latching on to birds aren't real, and when they land on electrical wires, they're recharging their batteries. Did you ever look into that?
I never knew the origin of it. No, I just have seen enough people talk about it.
Wait there. You just mentioned that. That's what Crankle was saying to people on our live stream. He was saying birds are like robots.
Yeah, that was a thing started by a college kid here, and he painted it on his van and traveled around the country and got all these followers. It was a documentary. I don't want to say it was Vice, but it was, if not Vice, it was a Vice-like documentary about him where he did eventually admit he just did it as on a whim because he was bored and he wanted to see how far he could take it. And he took it pretty damn far. It's pretty impressive. People just want to latch onto things. I've always wondered if deep down this flat earth thing is the same. Is it completely something?
I'm sure there's a lot of people that are latching onto it without any real question or integrity to it.
Yeah.
What stands out to me are certain questions that they have, like the challenging of the curvature. If there is a curve and the math is wrong, then then science can admit that. But if not, then I'd like to see a real conversation with both sides hashing out certain questions and presenting their information well, just like Welsh was talking about. It intrigues me a lot because there are a lot of questions and there is a lot of conspiracy theory stuff out there. And there's a lot to talk about it, so it's very entertaining to me.
Yeah, like the flights, like planes and flights, they,
not auto adjusting.
Yeah. Now that's something that when even I've seen pilots being asked some blatant questions sometimes.
What do you mean? So, like, if they're not auto-adjusting, shouldn't they be just flying off into space if they're going in a straight line? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by
Right.
auto-adjust. What does that mean?
Right. So what Steve said, in other words, if a plane is flying in a straight line and they're not auto-correcting to keep with the curvature of the Earth, then they would shoot into space, unless there's some aspect of gravity or something that naturally pulls them into a straight line around. So it's a
You
question.
mean the aspect of gravity known as gravity?
Yes, but
And also, altimeters are telling them, if they're supposed to fly at 25,000 feet, then more or less, wouldn't that be the computers flying when they're just cruising up there for the most part?
yeah, I'm sure there's tons of things that can be brought up about it, but that's not something that they just, like I said, there hasn't been ever a good conversation back and forth between a pilot. I should go look for it, I guess.
It's
Planes don't fly in a straight line. They fly in 3 dimensions. And they fly at a certain altitude, which means that they're flying on a circular arc.
Correct. But if your plane is pointed in a certain direction and it's accelerating in that direction, it would climb, correct? If it was pointing towards a climb.
It will climb if you tell it to climb.
yeah,
And if you're going straight in a 3D sphere, it would go. You'd have to be pulling down, right? To stay at altitude, you would have to be correcting to stay into that altitude.
That's what makes sense to me. Otherwise, if the computer's just going to set a straight course, and it'll just increase in altitude.
Well,
No, it doesn't set a straight course, as Smokesteve said. It sets it for an altitude. So,
Yeah, but
34,000 feet.
Auto-correcting is done by a computer.
Yeah.
In a non-computerized scenario, the pilot would have to be correcting for altitude.
I mean, there were you could determine the altitude before there were computers. They had barometric altitude instruments, you know, before World War II, before there were computers. So
that were automatically adjusting flight, or
I
that
think
they were reading.
I think they had primitive autopilots that were basically
When?
you know,
What year?
mechanical,
What years?
analog based.
What years?
Well, anytime before the advent of computers, you know, certainly in the 50s, they didn't have computers
Well, I know
in
the V.
airplanes.
I know the V2 and the V1 bombers were very much not. You know, it was like it was pretty basic.
Yes.
Sure.
Those,
What do you guys think about the curvature argument? Because that's
Well,
the one to me that stands out the
I don't
most.
know the curvature argument.
Well, let me put it to you this way. On flat water, I know this from a Navy man, my dad. You look up at the horizon, you can see about 9 miles if you're standing on a low deck on a ship. If you're standing higher up on a ship, you can see further than 9 miles. But on your average boat, you can see about 9 miles to the horizon. And a plane can cover 9 miles in seconds when it's going very fast. So that means that curvature of the Earth over that 9 miles is happening, is what RW, I think. So let's say a plane covers 90 miles. There's going to be some curvature of the Earth that they will have to deal with, but I don't think it's anything the pilot has to adjust for.
No, this is a different point. So this is, say you're standing on the beach.
Yes.
And you watch you say a 9 mile reference point. You
Yes.
watch a ship go over the curvature and lose sight of the ship. The argument is that when you zoom in, you can see the ship again. So it's an argument of that is perception. It's going out of your range of perception, but it's still not over a curve. It's still there if you could enhance your vision. So with a digital technology or a zoom in, they are zooming in and showing the ship come back into range. That's the argument. So for me, that's most intriguing, because if that's true and that is an issue for the equation for curvature of the Earth, I think the argument is more, why aren't we just adjusting it to a better math?
Right. That's interesting. The fact is, though, that anything further than 9 miles, if it's like if it's taller, then you'll be able to see it a lot further out than 9 miles. Like a lighthouse, you can see a lot further than 9 miles. But you're not seeing the whole lighthouse. You're seeing a part of the lighthouse that sticks up above the horizon. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, so they think that literally, like, it's flat and that there's an entire cabal of scientists and people that are not letting on about this, or are lying to the general public.
Basically.
It's just wild, man. I mean, we've talked about the Kennedy assassination, that if it was an inside job, that nobody's ever come out, not one person associated with it. But this would be on a much more grand scale. We're talking, and that's just so unbelievable.
Yeah, but what about Antarctica? Because that's very intriguing, very interesting, and really quite sort of weird all around.
There's a question from Ethan.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the question. I don't understand the question.
Last Dance, any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that when you shoot an arrow, does it just keep going straight off into space?
Does it have its own acceleration, or does it naturally come back when it runs out of propulsion?
Does it have its own jet engine, the arrow?
No, it doesn't.
With his own like GPS system wired up.
Right.
Well,
No.
I think if you get good arrows, they might have GPS systems now and propulsion. I don't know. It's got to call Acme.
But yeah, we're not talking about someone kicking a football or a rugby ball, or we're talking about a plane that cruises at an altitude, which, if things are right, then it would have to change altitudes to keep it. You'd have to lower it to keep it the same altitude.
Right. I mean, the same as would be said for missiles or rockets that are like long distance. They have to correct for that. Otherwise, they would just, go straight and keep gaining altitude as they went forward. So there has to be some sort of automatic correction for that. Lee coming in with the V2 reference.
I have a question about that rocket in space then too.
The V2 rained devastation on the UK, right? That was the one from the Nazis.
Yeah, the number two
it was a
much
terror
better.
weapon. It didn't have much really any military significance.
Yeah, it was more like the fright of it all.
An interesting experiment, Welshie. I think you'd enjoy this if you haven't seen it. Also, if you look up video of people burning propellants in a vacuum to prove that it's not combustible, I thought that was excellent evidence towards how we simply our rockets work in space. So apparently, like they show a combustible, they shoot a laser at it in an atmosphere, and it ignites. It has atmosphere, it ignites, it does its thing. Then they put that same propellant inside of a vacuum chamber and shot it with a laser to ignite it, and it wouldn't ignite. It would you could see that the heat was cooking it, but it wouldn't ignite. I just thought that was interesting.
Would it what was it, rocket fuel?
It was not rocket fuel. I forget
No,
what
'cause
the
that
chemical
would
was.
What's that?
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Rocket fuel would ignite.
Rocket fuel would ignite in a vacuum.
Yes, it would ignite in a vacuum.
And so as long as you have all of the technology inside of a system that had oxygen, you could then keep the ignition live in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean the rocket fuel supplies its own oxygen in the fuel.
So it's at a hypercool. Is it at a very cold temperature?
Not necessarily, but
Okay.
the oxygen is in the rocket fuel, so it doesn't need atmospheric oxygen to burn. Whereas any other combustion based on a hydrocarbon, for example, uses oxygen from the atmosphere to burn. Like a jet engine needs oxygen, needs atmospheric oxygen to burn.
Right. That's why it has the big air intakes
Right.
that go in and feed the fire. Sure.
Rockets can fire and burn in outer space, which is basically a vacuum.
Space Force.
Too bad they didn't do another
So it
season.
says fuel and oxidizer mix and ignite in a combustion chamber, causing a controlled explosion that is directed out through the engine bell in a vacuum. I'll have to go through the video again sometime to see if it's worth it and why it flags so much. I think it was also to do with propellant inside of a vacuum. They were questioning multiple aspects of it too, and it sparked my interest.
It is interesting. I suspect there's answers to it, whatever they're doing, but all that kind of stuff is definitely interesting. I agree.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be a tinfoil hatter, but I do enjoy good questions.
Oh, hell yeah. And I've always said that here, like, to question things is good. There's a whole faction of people that says if you question something, like take, for example, 9/11. You can't question that. People, like, freak out on you like you're degrading all the names of the people that died a horrible death that day just by discussing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But discussion and questions, I think it's good. We're human beings, right? That's what we do. You have to question things, man.
What do you think about Building 7?
McGrand.
It's perfect job.
Something.
It went down too good.
I've seen a lot of material about it. I can't answer what happened there. I don't know.
My dad's a structural engineer and architect. Very, very, very much big in it in the industry. I'm very proud of him. He's done some amazing jobs. Now, he doesn't agree with me on a lot of things, and I showed him. I think it was the architect's opinion on 9/11, and he watched that, and he came back sort of quite sheepish. It's mostly not the right word to use, but yeah, he didn't come back shouting conspiracy theorist anymore.
Are you saying the documentary that was the big, large group of engineers that yeah, I've seen that.
The architects and engineers, wasn't it? That's what it's called. 9/11.
I mean, it's certainly interesting, and it's not like these guys are uneducated yahoos that have all these whack job thoughts. They were just asking questions. They are engineers. That's what engineers are supposed to do, right?
You shouldn't believe that this is somehow like a majority of either architects or engineers. This is like an extremely, extremely tiny minority.
Well, it was a very good sized group of people.
Yeah, very professional people. You know, world recognized. A bit like Dr. Robert Malone, people like that. You know, apart from when Kung Flu started, and he started bringing up a different narrative, he was worldwide respected.
Now, Last Dance, do you have an opinion on Building 7?
Of course, it came down for the same reasons the other buildings came down: fire and lack of anybody putting out fires.
Well, the other buildings were struck by commercial airplanes, though. Yeah, and there was a street between these and that building.
Buildings didn't come down when they were struck. The buildings came down after hours of fires.
I mean,
burned through.
I mean, apart from being just, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. When you see the footage of Building 7 drop, and then you see multiple controlled demolitions with other buildings, they literally mirror each other.
Absolutely. They do not mirror each other.
I'll get the clip,
especially if you have the sound on, then you'll notice that there's it's not the same. Other buildings, when they're knocked down, you could see the explosions from all the floors before the building falls. Mm-hmm. Not so for either the main towers or
you can hear explosions on number. You can hear explosions on the Building 7.
No, you can't see the explosions. Nobody heard explosions.
That's not true.
Well, I don't know about Building 7, but there have been people who claim to hear explosions from some of the initial footage that you see.
I mean, people always claim that. The same thing was claimed about the South Tower and the North Tower, and all the firemen were interviewed, and all the camera footage was taken, and there aren't no explosions.
Oh my God! I have got statements from video from the firemen saying it when they're back at their depot.
I mean, you always find a few people, but you never find you don't find the 99.9% of the firemen who say no. There was no.
You literally said there no firemen said there was any explosions.
No, I didn't say no firemen. If I did say no firemen, it's never true that nobody of anything won't say that.
There's a lot of fog there. I grant.
Every time a plane crashes. Every time, if there are any witnesses, a significant percentage of them say the plane was on fire before it crashed. Every time. And that's, in fact, very rarely what happens.
Okay. So Building 7 free falls. It was free falls. I've seen the footage of other controlled demos, and they're going down at the same time. It was like a free fall.
You don't know it was free fall. You have no way of knowing You say it's
Okay.
free fall, but how would
And
you
then
know?
and then you've got a person then who's flying another commercial jet that somehow gets it into a 5-story building called the Pentagon, misses everything else, and just slots it on the first floor. He literally just belly flops it as it
I
comes
mean,
into the
that
building.
to me, that is the stupidest conspiracy theory I've ever heard because it actually
It's easy to glide
disagrees
the plane
with the
down.
larger conspiracy theory. What's the conspiracy theory for 9/11? That the towers, that the people who flew airplanes into the towers were actually, I don't know, witting agents or unwitting agents. But nobody doubts that airplanes flew into the towers on
There are
9/11.
people. There are people that doubt it.
Okay, well, yeah,
There
like I
are.
said, never say nobody, but for some reason, the same theory doesn't work. You know,
But
400 miles south, the same as part of the same conspiracy, which by the way involves a missing airplane, which nobody can account for. For some reason, this conspiracy no longer requires that the airplane flew into the Pentagon. It requires that an airplane. You don't hear people saying that it was a cruise missile that flew into the Twin Towers. I don't know. I don't know why there would be a cruise missile flying into the Pentagon, but not into the Twin Towers, or for that matter, if there are airplanes flying into the Twin Towers, why should it be hard for that to be a third airplane flying into the Pentagon?
pilots
And there was a fourth airplane that flew into the ground in Pennsylvania. Was that also a cruise missile? I mean, there's
yeah, but pilots when they go into land, right? I hear of pilots because they take manual control there. Yeah, you know they try and land it on their specific sort of spot sometimes. You know, between the co-pilot and the thing. You know, they got their like, you know, they find it hard to get it within like 30, 40 foot, 50 foot of where they need to be. But we're supposed to believe that this raghead, right, this turns around and got a hold of a commercial airplane and then flew it into a 5-story building, missing all the bits in between the 5-story building. It was like
what
I don't find that hard to believe at all.
What about? I
I
thought
mean,
the contesting was that there was no airport debris in the pictures for the Pentagon.
There wasn't, because
picture there was plenty of airplane debris.
there's an engine there. But last dance, I do think that was a fairly impressive piece of suicidal flying. The one pulled off for the Pentagon, the fact that he hit the face of the building, the facade, that is low, and he was going pretty damn fast. I mean,
first of all, he wasn't just some random dude who jumped into the cockpit. He had pilot training.
He did.
He flew some Cessnas in Florida, but he didn't fancy landing. He says, "All right, I don't need to land."
Well, he wasn't landing the airplane. He was just crashing it into something. It's not like the face of the Pentagon is anywhere near as difficult as landing a plane on a runway. There's a whole bunch of steps involved in landing a plane on a runway that aren't involved in crashing it into a building. I mean,
you've got to ID a 5-story building, right? From
it's the Pentagon.
How many thousand? Yeah, and
it's the easiest thing. It's the only thing you can ID at altitude if you don't know the area.
I get your point that it's a Pentagon, but at the same stage, you still got to get that plane onto it, and it's a very small spot in a very big city.
It is not small. It is not hard to find, and it's easy to see from the air.
He didn't have any run-ups, did he? He didn't have any run-ups. He managed to get down on that first floor. Boom. That's fucking pretty good going, mate. No run-ups. No ghost runs. Just straight through. Bang.
What do you mean a run-up? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you
dry run.
Yeah, dry run. You're gonna fly over. It's very rare, that someone who's had very basic flying lessons in a Cessna, right, would manage to get it even in the right sort of position to even and
why do you think it's so hard to? So I'm not sure. Are you saying it's hard to hit it because it's short, or it's hard to hit it because it's small? Like, I'm not sure which argument you're making.
Well, both. One, it's not a huge building in a big city, and two, it was 5 stories high. So on both counts.
Well, it is a huge building. Actually, it's quite big. I mean, do you think the pilots had trouble hitting the Twin Towers.
Okay, so we,
They're tall,
I've
but they're
heard of
thin.
interviews. I've heard of interviews from pilots who said that to actually get down and to get into that position
I
to hit
I
it at
could
that
find
angle.
10 times as many pilots as you think you can find who will say that for someone of this training that this person had, this is not
It's,
it
it's
was
not like
not an of
it's not like
extremely
driving a
difficult path.
compact. It's not like driving a compact. Last dance.
So let me. Do you think the Pentagon is a narrower building than the World Trade Center
Well,
towers?
I'd agree it's quite uniquely shaped, but I don't believe it's a huge building in a huge city. No,
Well, it's.
I
I
think it's
think it's
quite small.
probably twice as wide or more than the each of the twin towers. So it's not no difficulty getting it
Well,
if you could
we're not talking about
accept the fact
we're
that
not
these
talking about the Twin
pilots hit
Towers.
the
You
twin
can
towers. I don't see why you'd have trouble thinking that they would have trouble, hitting the Pentagon.
well, because
My part about thinking there was something somewhat impressive about the flying is that the guy didn't fly into the ground before he hit the building. That he was able to get fairly friggin' low,
it's easy.
going at a pretty decent speed. He calculated that descent, that I don't know, arc, I guess you would call it.
Exactly.
I'm not a pilot.
It's not a basic maneuver to sort of put a commercial jet onto a pretty much small building, right?
It's not that tall, but it's an extremely expansively wide building. Like, its footprint is fucking huge.
It is a challenge to fly a plane at at that altitude, but it's not. These planes are designed to be easy to fly straight and level, and they're not particularly hard to descend. So it's not some miracle event to have a trained pilot hit this. I mean, I don't know if you saw any of the footage of when the mechanic stole the seaplane,
But
Dash 8 in Seattle.
that was like stealing a Ford Transit. You know what I mean?
I mean, he
or
had
a Dodge sort of Transit. You know what I mean? It's a Ram. Yeah, it's not a hard thing to drive, but it's not a hard thing to fly off to. But we're talking a thing that's huge compared to that.
What do they call that guy? He was like the Freedom Flyer or something like that.
What's his name? Oh,
They gave a popular culture kind of latched a name onto him. He was kind of a chill dude. Like, they were talking to him, air traffic's like, hey, maybe you want to bring it down. He's like, I'm good. Then he commences to do a few barrel rolls and like fairly complicated stunts. And then he flies into Mount Rainier or something and commits suicide at the end.
What they don't tell you during that whole flight. Now, I've heard the whole thing, and he says at one point, I can't be quoted exactly on it because I can't remember exactly what he said now, word to word, but he says the words to the effect of, "No one cares about me. I'm just a nobody white man. No one cares about me or anyone." Literally mentions his race, and it didn't really get publicized or anything at all. In fact, that was always chipped out of what they released. Apart from that, but
Horizon Air.
what was he called? Oh, fucking hell!
Wikipedia is not going to. It's probably they don't want to say it because.
You mean his nickname?
It's really like quite sad, all in all. He says like he said I'm not coming home. He said I'm gonna just do another loop de loop and I'm gonna call it a day. Nosediving in the island, it's like crazy.
Have you guys
Sky King?
That's it.
Have you guys covered the concept that jet fuel doesn't burn hot enough to compromise the structure of the building enough to make it crumple on itself like that?
Yes.
I mean, that has been conclusively established that the jet fuel burns exactly hot enough to accomplish what NIST says happened.
Okay.
What does NIST stand for?
The National Institutes of Standards and Technology.
Okay.
Socially accepted theories, I think, is the ST part.
I mean, so what's interesting with that also, Last Dance, it's obviously a tall building. Would there be winds up there that could accelerate it, like a kiln or whatever, like a...
I don't know what all the factors were that made the fire
In an hour.
as effective as it was, but
So there's a huge building in Barcelona, I believe. And
we're having a hard time hearing you.
Something happened, dude. Your microphone.
Yeah, I've hidden it under my armpit. Sorry, is that better?
That's
A
better.
lot better.
Stinky.
Yeah, in Barcelona, I believe it was, and somewhere in the Far East. But in Barcelona, there was a building there that burned for over 24 hours, and it was fucking up. The whole fucking thing was just continuously up. Fuck all left of it. I think it just burned itself out. Building was fucking straight up.
Huh.
And the same in the Far East somewhere. I think it was like South Korea or somewhere like that. The building was up for fucking just the whole fucking thing went up.
Now, what do you mean? What is your comparison to that? So,
Well,
what are you saying?
Well, I mean, the buildings went down. One went down after an hour, and the other went down after about an hour and a half, wasn't it?
So, but did the steel go down with it or not? Like, what's the comparison to 9/11 here? What do you mean?
Many tall buildings will go up for 24 hours, and they're still structurally sound.
But do they have jet fuel as a accelerant? No.
Well, I mean, you that's a totally fair point, but when you think about something that burns for 24 hours and it looks like a Christmas tree lit up for 24 hours, I'd get the footage now and bring it up. Like, it's just,
Yeah, well, I mean, I hear you. There was just did you get the news alerts for some tractor trailers that caught fire just in New Hampshire there
No,
today?
Took more than one.
4. How the fuck does that happen?
Was it arson?
Not sure. But it was on Roz alerts. And
Were they like driving at the time? And
I don't know. I didn't, it wasn't enough death and destruction, so I was like, meh, not big enough for me to pay much attention to,
I've got to change the subject if you want it.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I've got a video in place as well. If you'd want to play it, what it's to do with the lack of recruits in the U.S. Army, the U.S. forces, the British forces, and the Australian forces. Basically, Western countries, their recruits into all armed forces are down, and it's throughout the board.
Huh.
I'll put it in the back chat. You tell me what you think.
Speaking of
Check it
back cat, where's Aphid?
Good question. And where's Lee? He said a half hour about an hour ago, and I saw he popped in a little while back, and then no Lee.
As men, we got to stick to our word, boys.
well, I think he said about half an hour. So
So this is Paul Joseph Watson, right? Will I get?
No, I mean, Steve, the way I would do all these videos is just every 2 minutes, just stop it and we'll talk. And that's
All right.
it. That's all you've got to do to break the break it. And there's plenty to talk about on it, like, because you'll get into it now.
Yeah. All right. I don't really care if they ban me. They ban me.
Oh, Saturday night's going to get a lot less cool.
No, they
No.
won't.
No, they won't do a live ban. They'll just ban the shit after it's gone. And
I mean,
really care.
the only thing I would request is to put Paul Joseph Watson's link in the chat. That would be a good call.
There you go.
And that's it. Just as long as we talk through it.
He's got a
Great,
weird.
though.
He's got a strange haircut. Not that I have a great haircut. I have a pretty strange haircut myself, so I shouldn't be talking here. So there he is, Paul Watson, not the commander of the Sea Shepherd, the anti-whaling group, but a younger guy named Paul Watson. Right, here we go. And he's muted.
To their core, because increasingly young white Americans don't want to join the US military. Gee, I wonder why.
White supremacy.
White supremacy.
White supremacy.
White rage.
U.S. Navy is approaching a drag queen influencer to help persuade new recruits into joining the military.
Hello, my name is Admiral Rachel Levine.
Woo! All right. Starting off hot here.
Yeah.
Lot to go down in those first
Right.
few
I think we
seconds.
better stop and talk about it first.
This would be funnier if it was just for the Space Force.
Yeah, we got the British ones to come now, don't worry.
Armpit.
Dude, that rainbow is getting complicated.
It's like a multicolored South African flag, isn't it?
I don't even know. What's the black line?
Yeah, you don't want that.
All right.
I don't know.
When
Where's
you
the
ask
triangle
questions, you
bit?
sometimes regret it.
I'm missing the triangle bit. It'd be like a multicolored South African flag.
Yeah.
Now, where does the TQ? Oh, I don't even know what I is. Plus.
LG 4K.
What?
LG.
Well, LGB 4K.
Yeah, see, I'm tempted to say what do these letters mean, but then somebody will answer the question, and I will have been sorry that they asked.
Ooh, that's life, but not as we know it is challenging. Challenge.
Is that just a blanket statement, or is that in particular to something?
No.
Come on, let's play this video then.
All right, and we're back.
Yeah, let's just.
All right, wait a second here. I gotta go tabs. Sorry. Yeah, here we go.
In 2023, the US Army missed its recruitment goal of 65,000 soldiers, falling short by 10,000 soldiers. In 2018, there were over 44,000 white Army recruits, and every year since that's been in decline. 5 years later, in 2023, the number of white recruits has dropped to just over 25,000. So they've lost not far off half the amount of white recruits that they would normally expect to get. Now less than half, just 44% of all.
All right, well, we'll break all of this part real quick. Why is he saying white recruits? Some of our greatest soldiers have been soldiers of color.
I just think that they have a demographic of different ethnic groups that they get so much every year, and he's just calling out that category because I guess they are offended or something.
Yeah, because Joe Biden is screaming white supremacy. You know, that's the example.
Okay, so he's
so why would you fight for a country that hates you? So that's basically what his point is.
interesting.
Good
All right,
question.
let's continue.
And they send you to war all the time on proxy wars.
Potentially, we got a big one possibly coming up. Let's
All
see.
new US Army recruits are white, down from 56.4% in 2018. We're a long way removed from our grandfathers and great-grandfathers who stormed the beaches of Normandy and raised the flag on Iwo Jima. And although the percentage of black and Hispanic recruits has risen, that's only because they've become a greater total of the overall percentage because there are fewer white people. The actual number of black and Hispanic recruits has flatlined, and the fall in white recruits far outpaces any natural demographic change, so it's not that. Data experts and army officials interviewed by military.com noted they don't see a single cause to the recruiting problem. They're totally baffled, suggesting it could be related to a growing obesity epidemic and an underfunded public education system. Could there be another reason why white Americans, overwhelmingly white men, are less keen on joining the US Army over the last 5 years? And could it have anything whatsoever to do with the fact that the Biden administration and military leadership have...
Yes.
So he has a point there in the fact that the young generation is definitely dealing with, obesity, diabetes, lethargy, sloth, all of these things because, they grow up playing video games. They don't have to do fuck all. And, they're not going to be able to pass basic training. That is an aspect.
Some of them. I mean, my nephews are beasts that play sports and, go fight, and unfortunately they get drunk once in a while, but, they're just teenagers. They're just teenagers, and they don't give two fucks about, they care about girls and their buddies and their sports that they play. So even though they might be not all, there's still a good group of those ones out there.
So it's an erosion of like the national identity, isn't it, as well?
And
throughout the West.
Also, it seems like a good program to get young men interested in football so that they can be extra fit and strong and big. And then their chances of getting paid for that profession are super low, so that what else am I going to do now that I'm an adult? Oh, I guess I'll become a soldier. Brilliant.
Yeah, fight loads of proxy wars, fucking causing chaos. Sadly, you know what I mean?
All right, let's continue.
All right, my
Made it
over.
abundantly clear that they hate white men. Possibly some kind of connection there, maybe. Just maybe. Just a hint of a link between the president repeatedly vilifying white people as domestic extremists.
The most lethal terrorist threat to the homeland today. White supremacy is terrorist.
That is the craziest comment ever, that
White
is what he said.
supremacy. White supremacy.
And white people not wanting to represent a regime that puts them in the same bracket as Islamic terrorists. The then head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, gets up in front of Congress and goes on an insane rant about white people in America being a major terror threat.
I personally find it offensive that we are accusing the United States military, our general officers, our commissioned, non-commissioned officers, of being, quote, woke. I want to understand white rage. White rage.
This after the country had just gone through nearly a solid year of Black Lives Matter demonstrators raging through the streets, attacking people, killing Trump supporters, burning down buildings, turning entire areas of major cities into lawless hellholes. Yeah, but then white people, though.
White rage.
Shortly before his white rage rant, Milley whined about the percentage of black people not being high enough in the US military. Well, it's a lot higher now. As far back as 2011, the media was amplifying the narrative that there were too many whites in the US military. Well, in 2023 compared to 2011 as a percentage, there are a lot fewer now. I mean, shouldn't you be happy? You got precisely what you asked for. It's a debate that's raged for generations. Boxers or briefs? Briefs? You're having a laugh, aren't you? There's no debate when it comes to keeping your meat and two veg dry and comfortable.
Fast forward this bit, it's a minute. Fast forward this bit.
Stick. It just got your support for a particular drag queen influencer. Wow, so inspiring. Sign me up.
Yeoman second-class Joshua Kelly, who goes by Harpy Daniels, announced back in November that he was the Navy's new...
Come on, he has to be Navy. Come on. God damn it.
You'll have plenty of semen there. Oh, no.
And look, this guy, Paul Joseph Watson's little face looks like it's a ring on the transvestite's hand, or whatever you call that person. Human, I don't know.
Thing.
What is that back there? Is that like a broken screen on a laptop?
It's just crazy, though. But like, when they're promoting something like this, if I was a 16-year-old lad and I seen this, like, thing going on, you're thinking, do I want to join the Navy? Do I really want to fucking join the Navy?
Right.
Why would you?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Do you guys have an opinion on this? RW Last Dance?
I mean, it's, there have been throughout the decades lulls when it's difficult to recruit people, and other times when it's easier to recruit people. I think, after the Vietnam War, the people in the military complained about having an army with draftees. They thought, they said the draftees didn't have the motivation and weren't good for the military. So they worked at the all volunteer army, and I think they're satisfied with it now. I don't know how far below their numbers they are exactly, but I hear people today say, well, if it falls too low, we should have a draft. A draft is more egalitarian.
Well, there's been talk about it because
Yeah.
I was about 6 weeks ago. I heard some sort of thing that if they go to war now, the Americans, we go to war, there will be a draft.
Well, if there has to be a draft, there has to be a draft. But the best way not to go to war is to have a strong military that makes it
would
suicide for an enemy to
it would be disastrous for the world.
yes.
But there is a part of me that would think, those real disturbed weird ones. And all of a sudden they get that fucking letter through the door.
I think something might be up though if they don't draft the young bucks and they draft my generation.
I mean,
because we're the ones that have more of a political issue right now.
Yeah, but we're not the right age.
If there's a world war, any kind of a war where we have to actually draft people to keep up with it and win, then everything will change. The whole character of the nation will change at the end of it. I have no idea in what way, but all this.
John's got a point here in chat. Boston Dynamics and Tesla might be sending their troops in.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd trust the robot army against like the Chinese army of non-robots.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What if they hack your robots and the robot turns around and starts wasting all of us?
Or our robots aren't as good as we thought, and they we don't have time to send out a patch.
Yeah, I mean it's scary. Those robots, you can't they could make them bulletproof fairly easy, so you would have nothing.
Have you finished with the video, or are you in the
No, I just paused it because we were talking.
Yeah. Well,
Can
what
I
it
give
is?
my 2 cents?
Yeah.
I think that when it comes to the military, I think
Be right back.
There's always been pitchers and catchers in the military, and now it's just a lot more comical with like that dude that was dressed up like a drag queen or whatever. It gives them some more options. I think the bigger issue is demonizing white men, because I can definitely see how they wouldn't want to back a system that thinks they're garbage. I wouldn't want to fight for that.
So it's the same throughout the Western world. I think he talks about it here. I've seen a couple of videos. He might just talk about the Americans, but I've seen another video recently where it's the same in the UK as well. And it is because they obviously don't feel like that trusted to join the armed forces. One, and obviously they don't feel like their government's behind them. Otherwise, they would, wouldn't you?
I guess you can also question if your affiliation with politics has anything to do with how you'll be treated or accepted in the military. I don't know personally if that's even an issue, but
realistically, I think none of that at this point it will affect whether white men are willing to join the military. First of all, almost nobody has seen General Milley's remarks. They won't remember them if they did. And there's so many other factors that influence whether you joined. Just to name a few, was your dad in the military? Have your buddies gone to the military? Someone that went and had a good experience? Someone that went that had a bad experience, and so you're just never going to consider.
Do you think free education is a big factor?
I think everything that's all the economic incentives that they provide do help for sure. But one of the biggest issues has always been competing with the private sector in terms of the pay and benefits and so on. And
there are a lot of benefits to it.
Right.
When you come out, it's a great thing to have, but you are starting a little later than other people. But
yeah,
what I was really shocked about but I'm not shocked about now. I know it happens. Is they give you experimental jib jabs, not kung flu and stuff. They give you loads of shit. I think the numbers are like 24 in the first 6 months. 24 different jabs they're giving you.
Aren't they like to, if you're in protect their asset, like they're investing money in this soldier? So,
well, it's that, and also so you can go to.
That's what I mean.
So you can invade foreign countries that have
exactly.
Every imaginable. I'm sure they give them. I'm sure they get. I don't know for sure, but I bet they get rabies vaccines and all kinds of stuff that you get for going overseas that you don't necessarily need.
But then they're not getting jabs because they're going overseas. They're just getting fucking jabs.
Well, everybody gets them because you don't know what you're an asset that can be moved anywhere in the world if you're in the military.
Well, I get your point, but
so do they.
Yeah. What for? I've heard of like the horror stories of after they've had sessions of jabs, they all they're getting fucking ill.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. I don't agree with too much. A lot of these have, some of them have mercury in them as a preservative, and I think that can be a problem when you give too many of those.
I thought you liked heavy metal.
I love heavy metal, just not.
The phrase depleted uranium. What's the last words? Depleted uranium tips, wasn't it? They were called, from the tanks, was it?
What is it?
Depleted uranium. What it was, I think it was in Iraq too.
Munitions, right?
Yeah, basically there was depleted uranium in the arms, and they were I think it was on the tips. But of course, when they were firing them off at fucking whatever fucking, a lot comes off. The missile, and of course it's all in the tank, and a lot of British and American, obviously more American, got cancers from the depleted uranium.
We just shipped that off to Ukraine. We had that conversation here, didn't we?
I don't know. Did we?
We shipped off depleted uranium to their
Ukrainian. That's funny.
Oh, sorry.
That's hilarious.
That's instead of
uranium, Ukrainian. I love it. That's fucking great.
What is it? Is it depleted uranium? Fucking hell. Am I getting it wrong now? I can't even say
you said it correctly.
I think you got it, man.
Don't you drugs, kids.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake, we'll make fun of you, so you'll know.
Well, what's the last word? Depleted uranium.
What
was it?
Munitions.
Oh, Cup of Tea says penetrators. Is that what you're talking about?
No, but it was on. I believe it was on the tank. It was on the tank missiles anyway, and it was to do with when it hit its target. Supposed to be the depleted uranium part of it would push that first hole through or something like that. It would do something different.
Yeah, it's very dense. It's denser than anything.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of
it's what you use for penetrating.
It would penetrate, and then
all KY jelly rounds.
They would just that chopper armor that you guys had in the UK was pretty good stuff, right?
And the burn pits, sorry. The burn pits, Iraq too, sorry. That caused all you boys a lot of health problems. You had a lot of that going on.
The most of what I've seen is the Vietnam vets that are dealing with Agent Orange issues. I've met a couple guys that had a lot of medical procedures done to them for creepy ass shit that happened to the body.
Is Agent Orange is it mustard gas there, or are they different?
No.
It's different.
Agent Orange is basically Roundup.
Right, yeah.
It's an anti-foliant or defoliation chemical to kill trees. to kill trees and bushes and shrubs.
Right.
So they were trying to expose the NVA and the VC by literally killing all the vegetation. So all they had was the fucking tunnels and then the ground. But unfortunately, there wasn't great coordination, and fucking our guys were getting covered in this shit.
Yeah.
And it altered cell makeup and caused
Major cancers, yeah.
cancer.
Well, I learned something the other day. I brought it up about the old cloud seeding and etc. And it's called Operation Popeye.
Yeah.
Yug.
Yeah, we covered that about
Yeah.
4 weeks ago. Yeah. Totally
It has
crazy.
to do with spinach.
That was
You know, how many years ago was that? They're fucking around with the fucking sky there.
yeah. That was the late 60s, was it?
Yeah, 67, something like that.
Right.
So, I think it's 67, to correct me if I'm wrong, roughly.
Mhm.
So that's 33 years and 43, 53, 56 years back.
Do you know if we paperclipped anything from Vietnam War? You know what I mean by that?
Operation
No.
Paperclip.
Yeah, so in Operation Paperclip, we took scientists and brought them into our fold and used the technology. I'm just curious. I always wonder after that, in every single war America's in, if scientists were taken and technologies were gained.
Yeah, I'm sure. What was the one? The Braun, the German guy.
Von Braun.
Yeah, von Braun. That's it.
Or was it
Was he
Braun?
a scientist?
Werner von Braun?
Was he a scientist?
Yeah.
He was the V2 designer.
Oh, okay.
He was a big cheese. He was doing a lot of stuff.
Bottle Cap seems to pay a lot of attention to this kind of stuff.
Do you guys remember the film of the shooting of Deputy Dinkkeller?
No.
That was crazy. I probably shouldn't show it here.
What is the gist of it?
What's the context?
Well, a police officer pulls over a guy. The guy's in a Toyota Tacoma, and the guy just starts losing it, and he pulls out a Mini 14 and rushes on the cop. Tactical movements. Kills the cop, shoots him in the head. You don't see that on the video, but you hear it. The cop's screaming for his life and shit.
Yeah, I've seen this.
And the guy ends up getting caught eventually and goes, and he gets the death penalty, and he's fried for it. And he was a combat veteran from Vietnam who had like severe problems after the war, and it culminated in him killing this deputy, like he never left the war behind sort of thing. He more or less was able to live his life, but when he was finally confronted with like authority in this particular situation, he lost it, and he ended up killing the cop. He murdered him.
Very sad.
And very sad, because the cop had a family. And for all I've learned to understand about this guy who killed the cop, the root of his problems was his time in the war, unfortunately. Now, a lot of people probably saw worse stuff and worse combat, longer periods of combat than him. But the way he responded to it was it got into his psyche, and he ended up killing this cop 20-something years after the war ended. So, it never ends. I probably saw that for the first time on live. But
I mean, what is the government expecting when they're training people to go and they're training people to live in hell and kill people and then come back and be normal? I don't understand. I'm thankful that the majority of guys are able to cope.
Can you imagine like doing all that, suffering, ending up on the streets, and and just being like that in the UK, I've known on social media, you don't really hear it on the news. Six people freezing to death in the UK, not in the last month, but about 6 weeks ago. It was a cold patch, and two died in their cars.
From what?
In their cars.
From
froze in their
exposure?
cars. Yeah, in their car.
Well, you know where it all starts, RW. It starts right now. It starts at the top where these people like Biden and Trump, where they don't value negotiation very highly. And, we so far we're lucky in what we've been doing in the last 10, 15 years that we're not committing our troops, but we're still constantly seeding conflicts and where there is conflict, heating it up. And, I think we almost need, it's almost like we need to reevaluate our approach to coexistence. I think at a fundamental level, let's ignore all the other conflicts. Let's just look at the conflict between the U.S. and Russia. It's hard to see how we could be doing any less to try and find peaceful common ground there.
We're doing the opposite of less.
Right. And I'm not trying to blame everything on us, but I do think that the things that we do control, like, our own actions, they show no evidence of being interested in finding a peaceful solution and using diplomacy to solve world conflicts. And it's always seems to be that we try and find, we always treat Russia like someone that has to be defeated. And,
right.
I mean, that's a rabbit hole, because you look at the younger generation, be like, maybe they want peace. It doesn't seem like they want peace.
Nobody wants peace. It's like a disease that we somehow pass from one generation to the next. See, I remember the Cold War because I was in the Cold War. I was a Cold Warrior as a civilian, not as a military person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no different today. It's the same. The stakes are smaller because Russia is not as big as the Soviet Union.
I think it's different, though.
They're not as strong, but the mentality is the same.
And the mentality is reaching people on technology now that it couldn't before. So.
Yeah, but we hated brewskis back then, like during the Cold War. I mean, hated. They were the absolute most worst enemy, hated human beings on the planet that I can remember.
You were unified in that.
Better
now it
dead
doesn't
than
seem
red.
unified.
That was the same.
Right.
It doesn't seem unified. It seems like there's two camps on it now. So back then in the Cold War, the whole nation was like, yeah, fuck them. They're doing the wrong thing. We don't like them. Now it's like there's people that don't have a problem with Russia as a nation and what they're doing because they can see where they're coming from. So,
but I look online, and this is not even it's not even partisan. There's bipartisan support for sort of constantly being at Russia's throat. And you'll see people, they'll write like, for a cost of only a certain amount of money, we've killed off a huge percentage of Russia's military. And they're trying to say this whole thing is a good thing because of that. As if somehow these lives don't matter, and death and misery and war is not somehow bad. It's only bad if it happens to us.
Right. For us, it's a good opportunity to advance our technology with drone warfare.
The fact that people believe that is not surprising, that there are some people. The fact that there are enough people that people would actually advertise this in a commercial as a pro-Ukraine military aid strategy is stunning. And to me, it tells me that there's a surprisingly large constituency for that kind of thinking, and it's very depressing.
RW just said as well, drone technology, heard him say. And I'd just like to say, from what I see on drone technology now and what I've seen in, some short videos, it's pretty fucking basic. Everything's available on AliExpress and eBay. It's like a couple of components. And
all you're lacking is the C4.
yeah, basically, yeah. Every other component is completely cheap as fuck, right? 100% available. And from what I've seen, and I'm not confirmed it, the wires you see on that front camera lens, it's like a coat hanger, and it, like, if it gets pushed in, that's the trigger, I think. I'm not 100%, but you see those like coat hangers in front of them. It's like it's just fucking. It's actually just duct taped together.
Well, why would you invest much time and technology into it if you're just going to blow that shit up?
Yeah, but look how good they are. I'm not denying the fact that why would you? But you would expect sometimes to have like a base model. They just have like a shell, like a base model shell, but literally it's just bolted together.
No, they're literally doing the eBay thing. They get they're assembling it at base and going out and using so many a day.
But like they're not shit though, if you know what I mean. They're fucking lethal, and they're literally just pushed together.
Well, it's from what I've seen, it's lethal for a single person basically, but still, like, to me, it's such a heartless act to take a drone and bump it into somebody and end their life. It's so impersonal. It's like just the whole aspect of taking lives is like a video game now.
I call it this. I was saying this like over a year ago. I was getting quite like, especially the way McGrande was talking about it and stuff. Great, and I'm thinking, how is it great to watch European men blow each other up? It's dystopian. It's just fucking crazy, and it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And each side they produce. I think I've watched these videos on chaotic.com, and each side produces videos. It's not enough that they're blowing up these soldiers like sacks of meat.
Yeah.
They overlay it with like celebratory music, dance music,
Benny Hill music is a classic.
It just makes it. It just adds to the horror. It doesn't.
Yeah. I remember the moments that I lost it with McGrande about it, because he saw it's great. The Ukrainians got loads of drones. They're blowing them to bits. And he's like, I said, how is it great? Sorry.
I think he's one that made that argument that we're devastating the Russian army for hardly any cost at all.
Yeah, but it's not, he's just seeing the news he wants to see. When you go on Telegram and you clip a couple of your Ukrainian and Russian channels, they're both smashing fuck out of each other.
Oh yeah.
And what a lot of people fail to realize is that the numbers game is not on Ukraine's side. They're now recruiting women, and they've lost this war. I keep saying it to you on these panels. They've lost it. They lost it fucking 18 months ago.
Yeah.
But they haven't gained any ground back. That's all they've done is cost. But 80% of their men, since that stalemate, that point, since that point, there's been no ground. About 80% of their men have been lost, and those numbers can go up to 2 to 3 to 400,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
For what?
Well, I guess they're defending their homeland, right?
Yeah, but Boris Johnson, when he was Prime Minister, quickly went to Ukraine. I think I've said it before, but I'll say it again. It's all factual. And he stopped Zelensky having a ceasefire and an agreement, right, which should have been where they are now, right, where the lines are now, basically. Because there's been no ground movements for fucking 18 months, really. There's been nothing. So the end result was there was an agreement technically in place. And that's why he rushed out there. And he said in April 22, when they first started, like 2 months after the February, like February the 26th when it kicked off. It was April when he turned up, and he said, "Oh, me and Sleepy Joe are right behind you. We're all going to give you fucking cash and fucking weapons, and we can all sort you out." And yeah, since that day, the ground has been stalemate, and in that time, 200, 300,000 on each side as much as you can.
Lot of sons and fathers, right?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
killed off. It's sad. I do put, we've had this argument here before. I wish Lee was here for this. Like I've said before, Lee is the man when it comes to this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because I think he's right, but because he's so...
He is knowledgeable on this subject. Really is.
He's extremely passionate, which I think is awesome.
But he knows his beans on this subject. He knows the history of it.
And where Lee and I disagree is that I think this is Russia's fault. They are the cause of this problem. Now, he disagrees with that. He says they're only reacting to the encroachment on them.
It's NATO's fault, if anyone's fault.
There you go. See, that's the difference.
Yeah.
You kind of align with Lee a little bit on your opinion there.
Yeah, because since 1991, we've encroached east, all the way through, right onto his door, and the agreement was, in the Minsk agreement, that we're not going to go into Ukraine, and Ukraine's not going to be part of NATO. And basically, they were in their final stages of going into NATO, and they've been it's been a civil war since like 2014 between the east of Ukraine and Ukrainian government. Anyway, and there's been crazy shit happening in that time. It's just that we haven't been hearing about it.
Yeah, well, here's Mehdi. How you doing, Mehdi? Great to see you, man. Mehdi's a great dude. I love his opinions. And he asks, who was bombing Donbass in 2014?
Yeah, the Ukrainians.
Interesting.
The Ukrainians were bombing Ukraine. Well, that's his point he's making.
Not 1 inch are the exact words, he says. Not sure if correct, but 2,000 foreign mercenaries have died in Ukraine. Is that right?
Could be. Fuck me, it's a lot, isn't it? Mind you, if we look at the real numbers of who's died, like 200,000, then 2,000 mercenaries, foreign mercenaries, could seem quite plausible.
Sure could. Certainly. And who was funding Ukraine in 2014? English Bottle Cap asks.
The Americans.
Is that right? I don't know. I'm not familiar.
There's no reason not to. Self-defense is one thing, which I think is important.
I mean,
if you let Russia, they will just, expand what they consider their territory without hesitation. So you do need to have a self-defense, but that's no reason that you also cannot be trying to find outstanding RW, but huge upgrade to the RW cam. Hey, Sarita.
Welcome.
But
evening.
At all the time, you should be always trying to peacefully solve these conflicts.
But he sort of did think.
Don't sit there. I'm sitting there.
You sit there for a while.
No.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, but like Putin was trying to get it so that they wouldn't come east since 1991, and he kept on saying keep coming east, and they kept on coming east.
We do have this, like I said, we do have this Cold War mindset that we just can't seem to shake. And
I mean, basically, you put him in. I believe NATO put him in such a corner that either he backed down and he would lose that would have lost everything. He would have lost complete face, because for decades he was saying don't, And basically Ukraine was the last step. So that's you sort of made him draw his hand. No, I'm no Putin supporter either, but I'm not a supporter of Ukraine either, because
Well, you don't have to support them.
no,
For one thing, they're not. They're far away places. I don't care how important you think they are. They're not as important as your own country's well-being. And even if you thought they were important, you don't show you think they're important by working it out so that each side, it turns into a war, into a meat grinder where everybody gets killed and nothing gets solved, nothing gets resolved. So in some sense, we kind of show we don't really care about Ukraine because we treat their citizens as expendable cannon fodder in our own designs. So it's not clear what we mean when we say we care about Ukraine. I don't know what that means. We care about them. We sort of love them to death. Is that what we're saying? It's
That's a very political statement.
Speaking of love to death, Goon!
Hey, Last Dance.
Hello, there he is. What up, dude?
How is everyone?
Good. How are you?
Yes. Yeah, good, thanks.
What have you been up to tonight? Is getting late over yonder?
Getting laid? No.
No, getting late. Sorry, not late.
Getting early.
Oh, I was about to say. I'd fucking love that. No, yeah, it is getting late.
What have you been playing? A game? A little bit of gaming action? You've been out at the bar? What have you been doing?
I've been hanging with some friends, watching some Nicolas Cage and playing some video games as well.
Oh,
he was
cool.
playing a pretty cool game the other night where he was like a astronaut and he had to go get like rubber ducks and weird ass shit without getting destroyed by weird robot monsters.
Very interesting.
I do sometimes. I don't play the game, but sometimes I like to watch watch Goon doing his game stream from Twitch because that's funny.
Sure.
What's the game where you got where Lulu always takes that fish and uses a fish as a weapon? Or
oh right, the game where we're all penguins.
You're all penguins.
Yeah, the Great Penguin Heist. Yeah,
that is wild.
Hey, Ashley.
Ashley's here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, get on here, Ashley. Let's go. It was great last week. People loving her southern drawl.
Also, I haven't been on since Christmas and all that. How is all your your New Year's shit going?
Just watching the world burn, brother.
Yeah, it's okay.
sounds
watching the world burn with marshmallows. Just
vegan marshmallows.
What?
Yeah, they're pretty delicious.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear, Ashley.
Don't bullshit me. I bet there's a thing in America called vegan marshmallows now.
No, because they're already vegan, aren't they? Unless there's gelatin. No. Gelatin's made from horse hooves.
She just woke up.
Pig bones, stuff like that.
Oh, is that what she means, Last Dance?
Yeah, Steve, I think you took that the wrong way.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't mean it the way you guys are thinking.
How do you know what I'm thinking?
I don't want to talk about it.
Thinking, what are the chances?
Did you just come to, Steve?
No. I don't know. What are we talking about? Hey, what did John the Grammaticus say? The devastation. Cringy. Jeez, I'm not familiar with that. What the hell are you saying there, Last Dance? 2 verses 2? Oh, I see. Okay.
Get that grammar out of here.
Right. Where's everybody from? Well, I'm from Massachusetts. I'll just give you my basic state location.
No, I want to know exact geological locations.
Here are my geo coordinates if you want to know.
Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah.
Longitude, latitude.
Where were we born and raised, or where are we now?
Yeah, where are you now? I assume that's what he means.
North Carolina.
There you go.
I grew up in Chicago and I live in Maryland. I have lived in Maryland for the last 40 years.
How often do you go back to Chicago?
Once or twice a year at most to visit my sister. But since she spends part of her time in La Jolla, I prefer to visit her there.
California?
California, San Diego.
She's like a snowbird, but different from what I know.
Right, exactly.
I didn't
Sounds
know.
like the toss-up between Chicago and California politically sounds like the same difference.
Well, they don't, nobody cares what the politics are in California when you're staying there for 2 months or 3 months.
San Diego's nice,
You
I
can afford
hear.
that shit, man.
I think that goes for anywhere that you're staying at for like a short period of time. You don't give a shit about the politics. You just want to stay there. And
Right.
A lot of people feel that way about Florida. Because a lot of people that go there don't really agree with the politics, but man, it is a beautiful state.
What's rough about the politics in Florida?
For some people, I think like the Ron DeSantis aspect, it's a heavy Republican influence. Well, frankly, a lot of people from Massachusetts go there, and a lot of people here are very liberal, but they don't, they would prefer to ignore any aspects of that when it comes to Florida because, like I said, Florida is a beautiful place to visit. It's absolutely spectacular, in my opinion. Beaches, the fucking birds, the fishing.
I always
And that-
considered Florida to
and
be
the-
like a freedom state.
you had me until fishing.
Dude, I'm telling you, you could stand there with a fishing pole in one hand and a rum punch in the other, and
Steve,
forget about life. It's beautiful, man.
I would.
Steve, so I don't know what Florida's like, but in my brain, I would say the only thing it's missing is the snow and the mountains.
That's right.
Right.
The
And
tallest spot in Florida is probably like 500 feet above sea level.
Mate, I live in Lincolnshire. It's the flattest place on earth. So,
Do you live near Boston?
We were playing.
yes, I do. Yeah, I was
Okay,
born.
no.
I was born in Boston.
Me too.
We're like brothers, man.
Yeah,
Twins.
totally, dude. Totally. Hilarious. I love it.
And those
You both play
those
guitars.
popular.
It makes sense.
Oh yeah.
There's loads of like America and Australia. There's just British names, isn't it? It's like,
Base, we're
yeah.
having trouble hearing you again.
Armpit phone.
Isn't it funny that the people that sailed from Boston ended up in Boston in America? It's weird that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Same
probably why
they
they.
sailed from Portsmouth and landed in Portsmouth.
Yeah.
Well, when they landed there, they said, "What do we call it? What's the name? I can't think of a name." Well, how about Boston?
Birmingham. Call it Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Yeah.
That's in Alabama.
Yeah. It's like in Australia, they got a state, New South Wales. Lovely.
Right.
But they
I just
New
think
South
that
Wales.
the people that sailed from Boston ended up on the other side of America that you would not naturally go to.
Yeah.
Is there a South Wales in the UK that would you actually? I mean, there's obviously a southern area, but do you call it South Wales?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
okay,
my area, which was obviously Wales, and then it's Cardiff. Cardiff is called South Wales.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything from Cardiff south is South Wales. Sorry.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, Medi's still talking about the fire in New Hampshire. Still going on. Interesting.
How long has that been going?
5-6 hours.
Might
Oh,
it have
okay.
been Just Stop Oil?
I don't know.
Are we talking about New Hampshire in England or in America?
New Hampshire in America. Don't you guys just have Hampshire? We got the new one.
We have both.
Ours is better.
Oh, then we should have called ours New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Newer Hampshire.
Newest
But
Hampshire.
the third, the fourth. You
Well,
like all that, don't you? You like all that, don't you? The
If you had
third and
proper
Yeah, right.
linguistic skills, you'd call it the third, but no.
Actually, the town where this is happening is called Epping. I don't know if there's an Epping, England. Epping.
yeah, in London. In London.
There you go. So the whole fucking state and every town is pretty much named after you. And I know there's a Lincoln, New Hampshire, and there's a lot of New Hampshire British names.
We got Epping Forest as well.
What in the end of the day, it's just wealthy families, right? The names of wealthy families.
You mean like Epping was named after the Epping family?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would say that would happen in some cases. I don't know if it's all majority. Might be.
Do you know any Welshmen?
Not really. No.
Do you know any Welsh?
Well, the language. Ivy Mike, new guy. Ivy Mike, welcome, Ivy.
Yaki
You know what Ivy Mike means?
So Yaki Dar means.
I don't know. Is it pornographic? Last Dance?
No, it was the name of either a test or a series of nuclear weapons tests in the 50s, maybe.
Cool.
Does that explain the PFP?
In
I'm not sure what that is.
Deep reference from Ivory Mike with the name. I love it. Very cool.
Wait, sorry. Nuclear testing in Wales?
Oh, no. That's just his name.
Do they just test the bombs on sheep?
Yellow nuclear sheep.
Yeah. That's why the Welsh are trying to fuck them to gain the superpowers now.
Oh, is that how you get superpowers? Man, I've been doing it wrong.
Fuck radioactive
was,
sheep. That's how Spider-Man came.
Ivy Mike was the first full-scale test of a hydrogen bomb.
Ooh, that's the big boy.
Yep.
What did they call the one in Russia? La Bomba or something?
Close. Tsar Bomba.
That's it. Yeah.
TSAR.
TSAR.
Yep.
That was the big one.
Yep.
And they show you a picture of it, and you're like, well, there's nothing really to scale it to because
exactly. There's no what are you gonna do? Put a quarter up to compare?
Right. What they should show is the top of it, and then say, this is 35,000 feet in the air, and there's the ground. Then you can say, okay, that thing's 6 miles tall. That's big, but there's nothing there. It's just a giant fucking mushroom cloud. Speaking of giant mushroom clouds, here's a little mushroom cloud.
Take your time, Aphid Lip. My skin's already been flailed off me. So
sorry.
Back in chat.
I am laughing at the fact that you called it a La Bomba.
No, I was half right. Sarah bomb.
The next Russian nuclear warhead was called Viva.
Yeah.
Well, no, it'll be Mexico's first nuclear weapon. It will be.
Richie Valens wrote the title, La Bomba. Played by Lou Diamond Phillips in the biopic. Great movie, by the way.
Was he not killed on the same plane that
the Big Bopper and the other guy?
That other guy, yeah, with the music died guy.
Exactly, that one. His avatar is the picture of a nuclear fireball a few milliseconds after detonation.
I thought it was somebody's head.
I thought it was a brain inside a skull.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was somebody's brain. I was like, well, whatever.
Yep. Very good, Ivy Mike. I like you.
I could see now.
I thought it was a top-down view of a turd.
Interesting perspective.
Yeah. I see a lot of profiles. Like Medi looks like top-down for a turd. I think it's just my perception of a lot of stuff.
It's basically a Rorschach test. You project
everything.
your own deficiencies and defects onto it.
Yeah.
Isn't Medi's a Labrador Retriever or something wearing a suit coat with the lapel and possibly a cigar or a pipe?
It's possible. I just see the top-down turd, and that's not working for me.
What about Ashley? What the hell is that thing that says fools? What's that from?
Purple and black top-down turd, I think.
All right, you might want to get some help about the
I
turd
need
thing.
help. I need
I
lots of
don't
help.
understand
Hello,
how
Aphid.
cold it is for Aphid right now.
At least you didn't
He
say it
looks
was a
like one
bat.
of my bin men in the mornings, but he's
It's
You know what it
actually-
looks like? A top-down turd, honestly. No,
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's 8 degrees here.
8.
All those monitors don't keep the room warm.
It's not too bad in the corner over here.
8 degrees. Good God, man.
You want to
Yeah,
start a
I think
GoFundMe? to heat
Wind
your
chill
house?
is.
It's coming my way, but it's 40 here. It was warm today, dude.
It was warm here,
When's this
too.
blast coming? It's coming soon, right? This Arctic's blast.
I don't know.
It's
We
here.
had a wicked rainstorm overnight last night, which I slept through. And
Hell here.
It was wicked.
it was wicked bad, kid. But
Good bad.
Wicked bad.
wicked bad.
no
You
biggie,
wanna,
you know.
flick your arm, wrist thing, doing that. Wicked bad.
No, but tomorrow, the ocean was firing today. Huge, massive. But whatever. About that. All right, what else we got?
Where's my joint?
Exactly. Aphid, what's going on? What's the word, kid?
Oh, not much, man. I had a friend call from out of town, and it was, there's just one of those calls you couldn't turn away from.
Could get out of.
You gotta just, which I'm not gonna say I didn't enjoy that telephone call just as much as I would have enjoyed your guys' company.
She know about this? Did you tell her
Yeah.
to check it out? Did you give her?
No,
Well,
I
that-
didn't say anything because I didn't want her to think I was like rushing to get her off the phone.
All right, I hear you. Well, that's cool, man.
Besides that, not much. Been cold. Yesterday afternoon, it was like 40, and then like an hour later, it was like 25, and then an hour later, it was like in the teens.
No kidding. Yeah, we got it all different here. It's crazy. Rain. It's like spring again. We're in January.
Well, my heating is officially fucked, and would cost me a lot of money to get done. So I've decided to heat my flat with a diesel heater. I just bought it. I'm getting it on like Tuesday. I'll let you know next week how I'm getting on with it.
Where's the exhaust
Either
gonna go,
that or
brother?
I'll find you in the obituaries. I mean,
Yeah, seriously.
Yes, so it's the Chinese mobile heaters, and
So,
what
so
it
we're
is,
going to find you in the obituaries then.
Is that
Yeah.
Chinese mobile heater? Is that supposed to make us feel better about it? That doesn't sound good, bro. I mean, what the fuck?
yeah. Well, if you, look, I've done a lot of research on this. Basically, the Chinese mobile heaters, they've ripped the Aspacha heater, and they've ripped it so well, it's beyond a joke. I've watched people take them apart, and everything, virtually apart from the cleanliness of the mold on the outside, is basically it's old technology. So basically, what you do is you stick the heater on the outside of the building, where you don't need to worry about the exhaust or anything like that, and you just put the hot air into the building.
Okay.
And you use kerosene rather than diesel. So I'll let you know next week how I'm getting on with it. But it definitely heats up really well.
You rent, right?
No, I've got my own.
Oh, I see. Okay, so right, you're coming up with some cockamamie fucking thing because you don't want to spend thousands of dollars on a heating system. I got
Well,
you. All right.
I
All
would
right.
say be
Working.
careful.
His neighbors found out that he was stealing their electricity and gas, so he's like, "Well, I got to come up for an alternative now."
Can you just burn dung?
I mean, yeah. Like, what about hooking up a fucking old school, like a little potbelly stove? Get a half a quart of wood and just go,
Burn garbage.
Well, wood,
double lined iron pipe right outside, burning wood. I don't know. With
to be honest, buying wood over here is very expensive.
I was
in
gonna
my
say,
experience.
wood's
It's-
probably
It's
expensive.
not.
Yeah, they have to
Okay.
import trees. They don't have any
Wait.
anymore.
Right. All the ships from back in the day.
If you Google now, I know it sounds crazy. Chinese, put it in Chinese diesel heater, heat in house. You'll see countless videos, and it's not hard to do. There is two options.
Chinese. What do I need to type in? Chinese heater heating house.
No, Chinese diesel heater heat in house. And some of them had 4 million views, and it's not.
Is it the Vevor? VEVOR? $109. Looks like it's gonna work. Just make sure you don't get any carbon monoxide poisoning and die.
I feel like I'm gonna burn my house down.
Like I said, Steve, you've got two ways of doing it. I'm going to put the device on the outside, and the reason I want to put it on the outside, I put it in a box. If you look at some of those videos, you'll see them. They're in little boxes, and the reasons why it's easier and it keeps the noise outside. I'm not worried about the exhaust because I know you got good air and bad air, so I know that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just putting it on the outside for noise purposes as well, and just
makes sense. I mean, if you can exhaust the bad stuff outside and get the heat inside, that's a home run. That's what any heater does in a house. Obviously, my furnace blows carbon monoxide outside and blows heat inside. So you're doing the same thing.
Same as mine.
Right.
What if you run a hose from the car exhaust into the window and run the car from the outside?
Oh my god! I never thought of that idea, but I'm getting my car now.
So let me throw this one at you. So there's been videos of people using the exhaust, and what they've been doing, they've been buying extensions on the exhaust because the exhaust heat is huge. It's very high. So what people have been doing, they've been getting the good air in normally, but what they've been doing, they've been getting an exhaust pipe and doing a straight line, like 2 to 3 meters long, and they've been getting heat off the exhaust pipe.
Right. What you would want to do with that would make it a coil and slow the exhaust down a little. So,
well, the reason why they don't do that is because it can cause condensation and cause water. So the line has to be basically straight, which is fine. Because what will happen then, obviously, right at the end, it gets exhausted. So the guy is then taking like heat measures off, like thermal imaging on the pipe, on the exhaust pipe, and you can see as he goes 2 meters on, the exhaust pipe is still very quite hot. He's saying, but it's actually dropped a little bit, like. But the heat they got off the exhaust pipe was very impressive. So I might, after a while, work out a way of bringing the exhaust in and bringing it back out.
If you pipe the exhaust properly with a trap and a little giant condensate pump, you can do a coil and then collect that condensation and just pump it out down the drain. It's all doable.
Yeah, it's all doable. But there's a drip-off valves thing as well, the aftermarket thing where you can drain off any moisture. There's an actual device for it. So, like you said, you could do a coil thing.
Those are the 90%ers over here. 90% furnaces, condensing furnaces. I have a little pump near mine that the water fills it. A little float kicks on, and it pumps the water down the drain where the washing machine is. That's the most efficient way is to use every bit of heat you can, even if it causes condensation. Just manage your condensation in such a way that it goes down a drain.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking of doing, I've got to put a 90 mil core round bit into my wall, and just so happens my future brother-in-law has got a roofing business, and he's got all that sort of shit. I've already asked him. So I've got to put a 90 mil hole in my wall, and when I put that will be the good air pipe. When I put that in, I'm going to splice. This is what I'm thinking. I can splice in the exhaust into the same hole, and then as the good air can come out, that exhaust then can carry on, and I can put a little small hole like 6 foot further on into my room where the exhaust goes back out, so it gets expelled. So I'm actually bringing the heat in and then taking it back out, the bad heat, obviously the bad heat,
Yeah, the
Well,
exhaust from the fire.
Yeah,
the
sorry,
heat-
the exhaust. Yeah.
Right. Well, you should be able to pull it off. I mean, the good thing is you're in southern England, so what? I mean, you have a couple of cold months, right?
Yeah.
Do you need that much heat, or?
Well, I haven't had it on since I haven't had it on fucking this year, so I have been cold. Like,
What about fucking Trigger? Is Trigger dying over there? Is he fucking
no,
shivering?
he's fine. He's under the quilt, isn't he?
He's
But
under
you know
the
what I mean.
quilt. Of course he
His
is.
nose poked out. That's it.
Yeah, when you see the videos on YouTube, everyone's saying they're really happy with it. Like, it's not hard to do, and
Oh,
as long as you set it up right,
Sounds
not a
like
problem.
Good plan. Sounds like a good plan, buddy.
Just curious if Ashley, how she's prepping for her cold snap that's coming, unless Kentucky's not getting hit by it. Just in the sideline there. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. We got a wicked cold snap coming up here.
Wicked. It's wicked smart.
Yeah, I'm trying to see
What?
exactly what it is, but it's not showing too many days out. We definitely have 17 and 16 Fahrenheit nights coming up.
Yeah,
It's just a
I've got-
matter of how extended it gets, because I got to deal with plants here.
Oh, plants.
Oh,
Oh yeah, 17F. So that is
well, you got to keep the temps around about 15, above 15.
so my wife will be experiencing -8 Celsius for the first time when that happens.
I doubt that.
She's never felt 0 degrees Celsius.
Even in Armadale and all that, you never.
Yeah.
You did experience.
to like -3 in Armadale.
-3 was the most in Celsius.
Okay.
See-
The wind chill here feels like -14 degrees Fahrenheit.
Brutal. Did you get smacked with a bunch of rain recently, Aphid?
Right before it got cold. Like,
Okay.
it was actually getting cold and the rain was ending right when it hit the freezing mark. So we really didn't get much snow at all.
Okay.
Dusting.
We got smashed here with like over an inch of rain. And
We didn't
but
get that
it
much.
didn't really bring in cold weather. Really, the wind right now is cold. Today was very windy, and it's definitely pushing something.
Yeah, we had crazy rain here, like I said, overnight. And the ocean's been massive, dude. It's crazy, but I don't know. It's certainly a different. These last couple of winters have been different here.
Warmer or what?
More heavy rain events, nor'easters that are rain instead of snow. So yeah, a warmer, different precipitation, different form of precipitation that we're not used to here.
Is it causing any problems?
Yeah, for a lot of people.
How so?
People are getting water in their basements that have never had it, which is
Okay.
different. Rivers are cresting way higher, and Hampton Beach, New Hampshire, and Kennebunkport, Maine, a couple of those towns up there. Hampton Beach flooded like crazy. Like, water went over the seawall, and just tons of neighborhoods of houses that weren't really elevated were underwater for days. Like, water high enough that it was into the house, so the house is fucked. You know,
Right.
it doesn't have to be like 5 feet up the walls. If it's in your house, you're fucked. You know.
I'm curious how Aphid's back property does when it rains a lot, because I know that he did earthworks there, and I'm curious if that turned into a mud bowl or what.
How's your
Well, I have a
back?
dry creek that runs through.
In the back chat.
The back. He calls it the back creek.
The back creek.
I also want to know what's going on in
His back door is dry, is what he's saying.
Very dry. No.
The deal is we got a unique situation because there's a court or a cul-de-sac or whatever you call it in your area of the world.
Cul-de-sac, fancy.
Yeah, it's like the end of a street,
that
but it's a big
fancy.
circle where there's all houses around it. And their sewers all lead to one pipe that shoots into my neighbor's yard.
Ooh, shit.
And then
Sounds
that
nice.
comes in my backyard. So
Comes right in your backyard.
it does. It comes all over it.
All the shit.
Oh,
All
my.
the
And
shit.
it's like you could can river raft in my backyard.
Jesus.
It's so bad.
Down the holler.
But the rest of the
Foamy
time
and
it's
white,
completely
huh?
dry.
What of rags and towels just floating around your back garden with a sausage laying
Mostly
around?
hypodermic needles, Welshie.
Too far.
More like the random soccer ball or basketball or something.
Ooh, Ivy Mike. Maybe people will wake up the global warming.
That was one thing you never considered when you bought the house, was it? It's like you would never would you? You never would think, actually,
Well,
where's the big drain in the neighborhood?
the idiots that had the house before us thought they could contain it with, like gutters. When they come down, they have those black corrugated tubes that
Yes, on the ground.
they had like 6 of them lined up with French drains at the beginning of them, and they thought they were going to contain this water when it ran through the yard, and they tried to bury them in concrete, and it was just a complete disaster. So yeah, we were well aware that there was some serious things that we had to change when we moved in here. But
as Ashley's avatar says, fools your previous owners. Clearly,
well, and
right?
it was I explained, I think before, we used to have this railroad tie wall that was our upper level and the lower level, and that creek thing was right at the bottom of that. So it just washed out the railroad ties, and the house had settling problems because that whole, it was just 20 feet of soil held up with railroad ties that weren't doing shit. So all that soil was slowly creeping backwards, and we just filled all that in, and just got rid of. We let we filled everything in because of the foundation work from the houses being built behind us. We just brought all that dirt in, made one hill, and we let the natural rainwater cut its own path through my backyard, and then we filled that in with rock and stuff and tried to make it as presentable as possible.
Jeez, no kidding, huh? A lot of work.
Yeah, I think it'd be the same in America, but in the UK we get the problems where many people now will use their front garden as a driveway for their house. It might put value on the property, but what it certainly does do is it takes grass and obviously green away, which obviously it all drinks and it all takes from nature. But now it's just concreted, and that water then just runs off all these these gardens, including the astroturfs, like people have been down now, and it just gets like sped straight down to the tunnels, and that's what the main sort of drains, and that's why we get like lots of like flash flooding. It's because the water hasn't got the time to like move slowly as it would have traditionally done. These days, it's just like a fast track, it's the main chute, if you get my drift.
Yeah, well, they built these houses behind us over here, and it was right when the 2008 housing crisis hit, and all the builders in this area went out of business. So the guy had never finished the grading of the property back there. So they were all the grading was flowing waters to their foundations and soaking up, down by their concrete and their basements. So they had this brilliant idea that they were going to contain all the gutters and downspouts and shoot it into my yard. And he came and told me that, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. You're not going to, I got enough problem. Because when they first built those houses, all their mud just washed over into my yard, and we'd have grass, and then after a storm, it would be completely covered with mud. And
that stinks.
I said, do you guys have any idea? And the bad part of it is we're in one part, and they're in a different city altogether. So that was a whole problem.
Right. Even though you could hit a golf ball from one yard to the other.
I mean, it's literally one blade of grass to the next.
That stinks.
But I said, do you have any idea that, you're talking about all these roofs that the water doesn't soak into your shingles, it runs straight off. And I said, if you contain it in a pipe, how do you even know how big the pipe needs to be? And he's like, well, we kind of figured this should be a big enough pipe. I'm like, have you had any engineers like help you with this? No, because it was he was the leader of the, whatever you call it, the president of the home association or whatever. And then he's like, I told him, I said, what you need is a big gravel pit. And he's like, well, we don't have that in our funds. I'm like, well, that's not my problem. You can't just push off your problem into my backyard, you know? And we got in a huge fight over
you
it.
just watch me.
You could sue his ass, but that's going to cost you money.
Yeah. One of my good friends, actually, the one that blew up the other guy in the
Fucking skateboarders, you crazy bastards.
He's an engineer at the city where those houses are. So I told him, I'm like, look, I'm going to call up the city, and I got a buddy and he's going to get to the bottom of this. He said, well, you call up your buddy. And I'm like, okay. I'm going to anyway, whether you tell me to or not.
Oh my God.
Challenge accepted.
Aphids, may I suggest your solution for maybe a lot of your sort of maybe subsidence problems and obviously water problems might be actually just nature itself.
Nature.
Yeah. You look for greenery that will grow really successfully and sort of bind up the soil.
Like marijuana.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if you ask the right people or done a bit of research yourself, you know, your area and, you know, and then ask a few people, you might find that you could have nature work with you on it, you know, by adding certain stuff to hopefully
maybe
everything up.
VETCH.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what we did do.
Good.
Luckily, I had a situation because of my business. I was able to work deals out, and another deal that I worked out was with a landscaping company. So we had, you know, almost unlimited resources to put the right things in the right areas to help with, you know, the drainage situation. Because like I said, they had concrete and corrugated. Those French drains, you know, it's a great idea on paper, but then when the rain comes, it just washes debris over those French drains, and they don't do shit. So
what's a French drain, by the way? I don't know what that is.
Oh, it was like so you know what the black corrugated pipe that I was talking about that they had? You ever see those with like you know, like a gutter that comes off of your roof?
Yeah, like a half moon.
At the end of the downspout, there'll be like a black tube that's corrugated that you can flow it in different directions.
Like a plastic colon with ribs for your pleasure.
You know what I'm talking about, Base?
No, not really, but carry on.
Plastic, you mean?
Just a tube, a flexible tube, basically.
Right.
And at the beginning of that tube, it was a flat plastic, like grate where the water would flow into that tube, and then it would take it down where they wanted it to go. But the grates would get covered with debris, and it wouldn't do shit. You know, the water would just run right over the top of it. So it was worth the whole plan that they had was worthless.
Oh yes, so you're on about like a street drain grate, you know, the metal ones, and
yeah,
the leaves
similar,
the leaves go on top and just make it like a swimming pool.
Exactly. That's essentially what I'm saying.
What's you know, I always hated the expression French drain. Why's it got to be fucking French, you know?
Because frogs, aqua, you know, aquatics.
I don't know. Like, is any pit filled with gravel or bluestone?
Help things run away, maybe?
Well played.
I mean, I think I heard.
Renee will not be offended.
I think I heard you say, Aphid, that you ended up like allowing the raw water to go through the middle of your garden and make it into some sort of garden feature at the same time. No,
and I not garden feature. Just what we did was like I said, we had a railroad tie wall, and our house was up, you know, a good 8 feet above the rest of the backyard. And then what we did was, instead of so you got a situation like this where you got railroad ties right here, and then the ground here, and all the water is flowing on top of this ground. Well, we filled in that channel, or this channel, So it was I'm trying to get my hands to go the right way. It was just the ground just flowed natural. And then after that, we allowed the water to cut its own path and make its own creek through the backyard instead of trying to force it to be its own creek.
Got you. So in the end, you worked with nature.
It's a lot of packaging for a joint, bro. That's crazy, man.
I know. Sorry, I'm just showing it off while the boys talk here. Yep, that's one
I
joint.
thought it was going to be gummy bears or something. Like Rolos with weed.
Well, those babies are here. These are awesome.
It looks like Welshie's chimney is lit too.
I'm sure. In fact, I think I'll have a nano gummy.
Those are
Man.
pretty good. What flavor do you have?
These are watermelon lime fast-acting gels, and they are fire.
The watermelon. I don't know if this. Yeah, the little half domes.
Yep,
Yeah, their flavors are on point, man.
very good. And they're 5 milligrams each, so I get.
Mine are 2.5.
What's in the tube is a legal cannabis joint.
That's
which
a
is
pre-roll, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a pre-roll.
As opposed to an illegal cannabis joint.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Which
how, like, if this was the 90s, you'd be incriminating yourself, like, every step of the way tonight. And now it's just, like, freedom of expression.
Well, yeah, if this was like another, I think it's about 19 states, I would be breaking the law by holding this.
So is that a filter on the end or just a plastic?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, it's not it's not plastic. It's cardboard. So I've rolled these before where I use these. It's like just similar to what he does.
Is that sponsored by
Oh
McDonald's?
yeah, he's got the same thing on the end.
This is a vape.
Look at
This is a vape. This is a vape.
That thing is
The original vape?
What do you think?
It looks rather sublime.
Yeah, but this joint was probably 2 for $10, and my buddy gave them both to me. And yeah, that's the packaging for 2 joints. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean,
and I have pretty big hands. I mean, this is a lot of plastic for 2 fucking joints.
Show us the feet, Steve.
I make the stickers that go in those plastic tubes.
Yeah, I've heard.
The fuck?
What did you say?
Nothing important, really.
I mean, it is a lot of waste. This is a huge thing, dude. That's been called out in the cannabis industry before, the waste with the packaging.
Well, any industry. Like, when you go to a grocery store and, like, Ashley actually showed pictures of it. They peel an orange and then they put it in plastic container so you can buy it peeled instead of just leaving the bastard in its skin. And it's like, what are people thinking? What are you doing, man?
The food
Is it that hard to peel an orange?
I guess.
You know what didn't work?
I started. We got an indoor compost container that transports it to the outside compost.
Yeah, right.
And it's amazing how much
buy one.
how quick we can fill that thing up with.
Are you composting it yourself to use the soil?
Damn straight.
Yeah, we're gonna put it in our garden and try to improve the soil because my mom did that, and her soil is so. I mean, it took years and years and years.
It's beautiful. It gets real black, full of nitrogen.
Yep.
It's
Her
gorgeous.
soil is so much better.
Your
'Cause she'll
plants
bring
grow
them
like
over from her house, and it's like just pitch black soil, and we got this brown clay. That we're
you're like, hey, why are your vegetables growing in your garden? Mine don't do that. Like, yeah.
So,
some things grow like just like the ornamental grasses. You know, we started out with just a few of those, and we just split them every year, and now they're almost invasive. But we got enough property we can spread them out.
Yeah, but
Some stuff does really well in that kind of soil, like yucca plants. I don't know if you guys know what that is. Those do awesome.
I call them ouch plants.
Yeah.
Up here in the Northeast, we call them yucca.
The roots, I believe, are edible.
Are they?
Yeah, I believe yucca is very standard cuisine for South and Central America. It's like potato.
Really? I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I'll go look it up now.
Look it up.
Don't eat it yet, guys, until I
Put it in the back chat.
Yeah, man.
Comes back. No, it's poisonous.
I've got a yucca Parmesan sandwich. I'm just waiting for the word. I'm going to dive into that thing.
Yucca is a versatile source of food, providing a bounty of edible goodness beyond its breathtaking blooms and hardy succulent leaves. I'll drop it in the chat.
Whoa. Looks like...
All right, Ashley knows. What do you got?
Aphid lip has been blasted.
Got shut down?
I think he...
We started talking about edibles. Natural edibles, and the government shutting us down. Bastards.
Interesting. He jumped out on us. He ditched us.
No, I think that was...
He's there. He's frozen out. That's
internet glitch on his end.
You don't think one of his monitors exploded and took out half his house?
Yeah, this joint tastes horrible, dude. I don't want it.
Wow.
That's something you wouldn't say in the 90s either.
No,
like, I got a joint, I'm smoking it.
From what I know, is that if a smoker turns around and says, "I'm not smoking that joint," it's not because he's ill. It's because there's something wrong with that fucking joint.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I have...
You would never pass a joint, would you? You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I would. I have my own. I roll my own.
What's wrong with that then, Steve? Tell me.
The taste was off. In fact, it didn't have any taste. It would be like if somebody said, "Here, don't eat your delicious bread. Have this piece of bread that has absolutely no flavor and sound." It also tastes slightly burnt on the back end, and it's going to leave a charred feeling in your throat. But try our delicious gourmet bread. You're going to love it.
Yeah.
You'll be like, it's fucking disgusting. I'm not going to eat that shit. That's the same thing.
Was that a Wonder joint? Was that Wonder Bread joint?
No, it was a good... I mean, it's... I need my glasses now. It's embarrassing, dude.
Steve gave the same answer I would have given, which was taste. Right?
Yeah, taste.
Taste. And I say, well, if there's no fucking taste there, well, what's the point? I'll get back on my other one.
This burning plant doesn't taste good.
Yeah, 27% THC does not for me.
And it was rubbish.
Do people that smoke cigarettes? There's also a taste aspect to a cigarette. I'm pretty sure.
I would think.
Yeah.
I mean, not just menthol and like.
But what you don't want to do is smoke a joint that tastes like a cigarette. You know what I mean? You're like, what the fuck's that about? I'm smoking a joint, not a fag. So if it doesn't taste of anything, nah, fuck that.
Do you like?
There he
clove,
is.
Do you like clove cigarettes? I'm guessing you guys have tried them.
Yeah, they don't taste as good as they smell. That's the thing. The first time you smell one, like if you're drinking at a party and say that cute hippie chick lights one up, you're like, God damn, that's the most tasty smelling cigarette. Could I have that? Here, have a drink from my bottle of booze. And then you light the thing and it tastes like fucking ass. It doesn't taste anything like it smells. That's what I thought. Well, I mean, yeah, the bad side of ass then.
Yeah, that's usually
is
based
there one?
on.
Which side is that?
No comments. No,
It's facing directly
no
on.
comments. No comments.
But that's what I mean. Like, clovers, they don't taste good. I mean, do you guys agree?
I've never tasted one of those. I never had the desire.
Dude, you don't want it. But you should if you ever get a chance. Taste a clove. They're not good.
Do I dare ask?
Do you have clove cigarettes in the UK?
Oh, right. I thought you were going to ask something else. Right, clove cigarettes.
Not the cooking is loose.
No.
I don't think it's all 100% clove. I think it's like mostly... What the hell is it? I don't even know.
I was thinking that it was like the leaf of the clove plant, where we cook with the clove seeds, or whatever that aspect of clove is, but it's a different part of the plant. Maybe it is just that seed mixed in with tobacco or something. I don't know.
I have no idea, but it smells great and tastes like crap. That's all I've ever experienced with.
That's what I felt about the Swisher Sweets.
Swisher Sweets are not a good cigar.
Well, exactly. They're a cheap blunt material, but when people smoke them, they smell incredibly sweet. They smell delicious to me.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like
Have you ever?
But to each their own.
Have you ever tried a backwoods?
No.
Those
My
are pretty
knowledge of cigars are very, very, very limited.
Okay. Anyone else cigar person here?
No, but I've had a Swisher Sweet before.
How about a backwoods? Backwoods?
Probably skateboarding.
I don't think so. No, we it was like when we were like 18, we played poker at somebody's basement, and it was like, oh, somebody pick up some cigars. That'd be cool.
Right. Let's turn this basement blue with smoke.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Well, I smoked a cigar on Brexit Day. Very good.
Like a real one, like you made an event of it, or you grabbed
it wasn't a huge one, but it was to make a statement. And I wound up a mainstream media guy from Italy, very famous guy, and it's actually pinned as my first video on my channel. I'm smoking a cigar, telling him, "This is Britain, mate. I can film whatever I want to film with a cigar."
I feel like cigars have always been a sign of stature symbolically. When you see a man having a cigar in his mouth, especially if he never lights it, he just always has it, or if he has one in his pocket that you can tell is a high-end cigar, that's like a high-end lawyer stature look. That's how I've always seen it, and I'm guessing that's what it's meant to portray.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a huge thing, but like I said, I done it. It's a symbolic thing, isn't it? As well, I was in Parliament Square. That's where the party was happening. That was the day we were leaving, and it was all, and yeah, there was loads of very, very bitter mainstream media. And yeah, I caught this Italian chap. Yeah, it was a very good video.
What is this?
Damn, that sounds funny as hell, dude. I want to see that. That's hilarious.
It's it's the first one on my channel. I think it is. I think so.
Can you smoke in public there? Not marijuana, but cigarettes. Like, can you be next to a building? Like, what are the rules there?
No, that's fine.
Are there still indoor places?
Yeah, you can't smoke indoor.
In any scenario?
No commercial. No commercial premises open to the public, no.
So basically the same. Okay, I was just curious if it was more lenient or not, or stricter.
I'm trying to think if private members clubs are different. But
what about Australia? Were there any indoor?
Hey,
we got bars that let you smoke still.
Bars? No kidding.
Yeah, if you serve less than a certain percentage of food, you can smoke in them.
Wow.
Wow, that is rare. You cannot do that in any New England states. For the servers, bro. The poor servers.
What was it like flying in a plane where people smoked? I've never experienced it.
Well, of all accounts,
unpleasant.
It was cleaner.
What?
Yeah, because they changed the air more often.
I don't think you can filter out the air. Like, if you're in a bathroom, per se, this is just a pretend story that maybe didn't happen. If you're in a bathroom that has a little fan that sucks the air out and you're smoking weed in there or something, that little fan, that fan doesn't pull nearly as much volume of air as you would hope that it would pull.
I know.
So in a plane situation, I just don't have much faith that they're scrubbing the air as much as they say they are.
It's so funny when people smoke weed on a plane or something like that. Like, even in a vape pen, or even, it's just crazy.
Everybody knows it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You got to be careful on a plane.
As long as it's not the pilot's hotboxing in the pilot pit. Where's that smell coming from? I don't know.
The cabin door opens up, and what was that? It's like that scene with Sean Penn. What's that from? Was that Fast Times at Ridgemont
Dazed
High?
and Confused,
Dazed and
or
Confused, yeah.
nah? Sean Penn was in Fast Times.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of? Where he's Spicoli and he falls
Yeah.
out
Yeah,
of the van?
Fast Times.
Fast
Fast
Times.
Times.
The van.
The van, yeah.
So, have any of you got any customs stories? Going through customs.
Only with my wife.
No, Customs loves me. I'm
What you call it? The TSA, innit? You call it the TSA. That's yeah. Is it the TSA in America?
Yes.
They don't do customs.
Right.
No, it's a different part of the facility.
Yeah.
So yeah, we call it like we call that customs. We call that, but you call that TSA, don't you? Which is basically checking you.
If I'm flying from Florida to Massachusetts, that's not international. So it's just TSA. Customs would be like when I came home from my honeymoon, I had a 4.5 foot like hockey bag full of fishing equipment and everything. And when I came back into New York, the customs agent said, "What do you got in this huge bag?" I said,
Bro.
"I've got everything you can imagine, bro." And he just laughed and said, "All right, go ahead." So
let me tell you a story.
I didn't even get it. I was like dumb idiot. Like,
yeah, but why did you cut your customs that time and not because they were both internal?
Well, Mexico's a separate country, so Florida is.
Sorry, I missed the Mexico bit. Okay.
Even for internal though, even for security internally, like, so let me just share a quick story. I worked airport security in Australia, regional, and they basically said, if a person comes in with a duffel bag, fat stacked with weed, and there's no weapon or bomb, that's none of your business. Move along. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, it's not legal. It's not legal there to have that, but it's like, the airport security is a third party contracted security. It's not like it's a government agency, and they're basically just saying
that works perfect.
I just thought I couldn't believe it.
No, it was not long after 9/11 though. English bottle cap, which was why it surprised me.
Well, I've had some interesting encounters with customs or TSA because, like you said, they basically do the same job, don't they, if it's internal? But yeah, I won't go through the machine. I'm sure you're not surprised. So I don't do that. So
you like when they touch you, right? When they
well, what basically said that I got into a bit of a thing because he said, "Yeah," and I said, "I'm not going through it. Simple as that." I said, "You can search me." He said,
you have the right. That people need to know that they have the right.
That's right, and I said I have the right. And what I said, no, you can search me. I'm not going through it. I'm not. He said, either you go through it or you don't go on your plane. I said, you can't decide that. You can't decide that, right?
And
so,
the people's ability, when you pat someone down, you're at least where I worked, you have to be careful how you touch them, first of all. So you can't just get into it. You can't dig around. You just go through a motion and then you pass them if you didn't feel any lumps or anything. Or when you wand them, does a person know how to do their job? Period. Because there's a lot of security agents I've worked that couldn't see a bomb. They literally failed the test when they did the test on them. So when you get patted down, who knows? I don't know. People have the right to be patted down, and they're most likely getting stuff on the plane.
Yeah,
that's all I can tell you.
Yeah, I patted some people down for a few things,
sexual reasons.
No, I used to do, if you can believe it, security for a few cannabis festivals that were, like legalized.
I can believe it.
And the cops were all watching us at one. I won't name the town because I don't want to shame the cops, but they particularly, they picked out guys where I found like a pack of smokes, and I was like, all right, it's cigarettes. And then they went through, and the cops were like, what was that? We saw you grab something. And I was like, it was cigarettes. It was a package of smokes. And they always jumped on those guys, generally. And every one of them was not white. Now it was in an area where there was gang activity, so they were probably profiling for that particular purpose. But that was just something I observed. I mean, it ain't a lie. It ain't like the hippie dude that came through with American Spirits, in a big beard and long fucking dreadies, was getting, accosted.
How many of his dreads were actually just hollowed out for joints? That's my question.
They gave us bags of fucking, bags of joints that we would pass out at 420, and I was security at these festivals. I'm not kidding. Bags of joints, ounce-sized joints. The cops didn't care. They would watch me go from searching people to taking a couple paper bags full of joints and passing them throughout the crowd and not moving. But the second
you're like Santa Claus,
a brown-skinned person came through with a square-shaped object on their waist, because they were searching for gang members and people who were going to commit violence. They weren't looking for stoners
or resell those free gifts.
Yeah, I honestly think these were good cops, but from a perspective from the outside, somebody might say these were racist cops, but I think they were honestly, you know what I mean?
Is it? I mean, I guess it can totally look racist, but if it's actually one race that's doing it, then I guess it is what it is.
That's the thing. If it's based in knowledge that they have from their observations, from what they've dealt with, and people coming up from, say, I don't know, Springfield, Massachusetts, possibly at the time.
Uh-oh, yeah. Smoke wife's on to you.
Yeah, she wouldn't have known about this.
There you go. Story night for
That's
the
not going to make her feel any better.
This was before we got together. College
You
times.
just said you smoothed it over real well.
After college.
It's all good now.
Walshman's back. Let's bring him on.
He put something in the back chat.
Yeah, because I went search and I lost reception, but it's a very, very funny clip. It's short, and you'll love it, Steve. Honestly.
Before we leave the subject, I'd like to see Smokesteve with dreadlocks. I think that would be a good look.
I never had the dreadlocks. It was
only
always
if they're hollowed out.
I was I was security for these cannabis events.
I'm just saying, if you were waiting for somebody to tell you to take the leap and get some dreads going, I'm telling you.
His hair would disappear to 3 inches long. That's what's crazy.
He would be accused of cultural appropriation.
Oh, that's still happening? That's still a thing?
People are starting to...
Which culture is it?
Yeah, I think that has peaked and is going down, and people are going to start ignoring that.
Which
Jah will provide. Am I right, Steve?
What did you say?
I said Jah will provide.
Jah rule.
No, Jah is the god of marijuana.
No, Jah is Jehovah.
No, that is not true.
No, it is, though, in Rastafarianism.
Jah is a god entity that is the lord of marijuana. I don't ever remember relating that to Jehovah.
Well, I could tell you something right here. Right now.
All right.
You know that Rastafarianism is based on Haile Selassie from Ethiopia. He was the prince or king of Ethiopia.
Yeah, or the president.
I'm taking
Emperor was his title at one point.
His birth name was Rastafari. Rastafari. That's what Rastafarians are basing their whole thing on. Jah is based on Jehovah, the Christian god that they worship, or whatever. I don't know. What is Jehovah?
Jehovah is a special name for the creator god. I'm not sure exactly what it means off the top of my head.
Same Jah as those guys man. You're all in the same boat, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm digging into it right now. I'm totally peaked on this.
Dig it.
Dig it. Which means since I can't multitask, y'all go ahead. I'll get back to you.
No problem. No problem.
I just love for any excuse to say Jah will provide because I think it's awesome.
Yes, Steve.
You're reaching people.
Steve, were your searches like that in the back chat? Have you seen that in the back chat?
Back chat? What do we got?
Oh,
that little video.
I felt something.
This is very, very. This is a search down the football.
Is it the Gardener's Path or the YouTube video? No, the YouTube. Got it.
It's pretty funny. So
yeah, it went very viral at the time.
All right, hold on. Let's get the screen share going. This is short, so it's a minute. Might as well feature this bad boy.
When you were talking about searching earlier on, and you said the police were watching you search people and all that. Well, check this search out. This is the search.
All right, I got it then when you're ready. Gotcha.
So it's G. Is it the G? I wonder. No, it's worst security guard search. That's the one, right? Okay. Sorry, it could be difficult to find these on the tabs because there's only a short. All right, you guys see this, right?
Oh my god!
Yeah, if you want to open it up, just try and make it bigger.
Is he wearing a skirt?
That's a It's a Gore-Tex jacket.
Oh.
Here we go.
That's like those speed readers that used to read books by just looking at the page.
Exactly.
You can see. You can.
I mean,
see
look right back here. You see this guy's that lower back looks like he could have a 45
tucked in his waistband.
Easily, dude. Easily. I mean, and this guy looks like he's about 4'3", and he's. Although look at the length of the arms on this guy. Woo!
See, they say there's no aliens among us.
I mean,
I say you get what you pay for.
Yeah, but on top of that, you could tell they've been told that they've got to do a search, and he's gone, "You fucking serious?" And he's going, "Yeah, you've got to search." And look at the people of the search, and they're like old people, and he's supposed to search them.
Touches the tops of their arms where the shirt is sitting tight, but doesn't search the waistband. It's crazy. Yeah, I see it. Might as well,
You know. I'm going to say.
I think it's Reiki.
I'm going to say that is actually an effective search.
It's like a Reiki massage. You're like, I
how so?
Done with my energy, so
because it's not about finding. He's not trying to find the weapon on the person. He's trying to look at the person and gauge their
reaction.
comfort level, the reaction. And if he sees someone that looks uncomfortable and maybe nervous, then you might see him do something different.
No. What it is, he has special powers, and just by merely getting close to the body skin, he can feel a weapon.
No, if he was better at his powers, he wouldn't even have to lift his hands. He'd just keep his hands at his side and know.
He would just have a wand, like,
I mean, the great thing about that search, the whole point of that search is not to find anything.
Well, I have to admit, he didn't look very interested in it either.
No,
it's like he doesn't want to find a pack of fags. He doesn't want to find a lighter. He doesn't want to find keys. He doesn't want to find
anything.
Yeah,
He doesn't want to find it cold by touching them.
Yeah, that's it. He literally this was about 5 years ago. This was like before Kung Flu. But yeah, he just won't ask any questions. This will do, thank you. You go.
Mhm.
The jaw thing, quickly. This is the summary statement from the link shared in the back chat. The god Rastas refer to as Jah is not triune, and he does not provide eternal salvation. Neither did the man they claim to have been the returned Messiah rule the whole earth or bring perfect peace to the world. The religious practices of Rastafari, while drawn from Jewish and Christian origins, are not what God commands or desires from his people. The Jah of Rastafarianism is most certainly not the God of the Bible in whom Christians put their trust for salvation. So
Yeah,
while the
wrote
base
this?
and terminology is referenceable, it's different.
This is not from Wikipedia. This sounds like another like a Christian source. That's
Exactly. That's what
offended by Rastafari.
right.
Yes,
right.
yes, it's from a Christian's point of view. Yes,
Right.
That's fine.
No,
but there are referencing points. Like if it's the same Jehovah, it would have to have the same law, and they're basically pointing out that they have different laws and beliefs of that Jehovah. So it's not biblical based. It's different.
I'll give you
their
that.
version of the Bible, possibly.
The Rasta translation.
I'm going to get on a bit late.
I had some Jehovah Witness. I'll see you, Based.
I'll
See you,
catch you
Base,
all
man.
next week, man. Take it easy.
Hey,
All right, see you, dude.
Later,
well,
Cheers, boys.
talking to you,
Ta-ra.
Base.
Peace.
Please see you in a week. Take care, buddy.
Be well. Be well.
I had some Jehovah Witness neighbors. They're a friend.
Not as good as Jah witnesses.
No, no, they didn't have. They weren't smoking the weed. They were different. They were definitely different, though.
The Jehovah.
Yes.
Believe, yeah, that their doctrines are
Did they
very different than Bible-based doctrines.
did they have a conversation with you about their religious beliefs?
A little bit. I poked and prodded a few times. One time they did not believe in the cross. They thought Jesus was on a post, I guess. So there was no cross beam. It was just one singular post.
That's a strange argument to have.
And I remember that they did not believe in putting anything above Jehovah. So that's why they never had birthdays or Christmas or anything, because they were thinking that it put too much praise on another person.
That's pretty common in and I know it's in you said Jehovah Witnesses, right? So yeah, that's common with them. Is there other faiths that don't celebrate all that stuff?
Surely there is.
Not by doctrine.
Jews don't celebrate Christmas.
Right. So like
Well, Jews.
Adventists that don't do some.
Sure, we do.
It's not doctrine based. It's just because they don't want to partake in it.
Like, for example, Christmas is not
We celebrate Easter.
technically historically Christ's birthday. That's a fact.
What's the day we was crucified?
I think it was
Good Friday. Or
Easter was Good Friday, I think, because Easter was when he rose.
we celebrate Good Friday.
I thought it was.
That was the day we got him.
I thought, honestly, I thought it was in the spring.
When he was born, or when he was crucified.
Yes.
I don't know the time of the year, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I thought it was Good Friday, and then they put him in the thing, and then they came back, and Easter he had rolled the rock and escaped and rose from the dead or whatever.
Escaped is different than resurrected.
Escaped. He escaped.
What the hell, Bible? All right.
He's starting a new religion now.
What about the disciples?
Do I get this all wrong?
How do they know the disciples didn't go, bust him out?
And flee with him.
Well, he talked to him.
There was the Roman soldiers that were there. They sealed the door, and they had like a squadron of soldiers watching it. All those
Well, I
soldiers
mean,
were knocked the
they
fuck
probably
out.
weren't the cream of the crop. They were probably,
RW,
You could
didn't you
argue
say
it.
you were a scholar of religions at one point? You were.
I'm not a scholar. I'm just interested.
I think our stupidity is dumbfounded.
Well, I like the humor. Trust me, I love the humor, but it's just like, really? No, there's a little bit more of a security detail there.
Okay. Special ops?
I'm guessing National Guard. I don't know what level.
Navy SEALs or National Guard? What are we talking?
I don't know which level. If it was like the berets that did it, that'd be pretty cool. If you know you were protecting God's tomb or potentially a God's tomb, would you put the best or the worst because you knew they're fucked? I don't know.
Middle of the road.
Right. You give them the middle. Yeah, so even then, I guess they could, I don't know. Disciples could be sneaky. They'd have to roll that stone away real quiet.
It's a large stone.
Yeah.
Circular, though.
I believe so.
Would
It
have
could have been
some.
square. They could have rolled away a square.
Well, then you'd be dealing with a whole nother level of engineering with the square stone.
The power of the Holy Spirit, maybe.
But who would have made it a circular stone? That is a good question.
The stonemason, probably.
He's crazy. Why would he make it so easy to move?
Probably to have it be put in place after they put the body in the hole.
Right.
I think they should have done it better and just used like C4 and blown up the entrance, like in movies, and the rocks fill the hole. Because the guy's not planning on coming out again, right?
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Christ was born in March. Shepherds had lambs.
Right. It has to do with the time of year based on scripture that it was not winter. From how the flock was in the field, yeah.
Oh, now Ashley disagrees here and says, no, there were a few soldiers. ...
A few soldiers? Alright, I'll look it up.
And then English Bottle Cap says December was stolen from the pagans, as well as look at British hidden history, Ross, at RW.
Oh, I'm sorry. What am I doing?
No, I don't know. It's fine. 2 or 3 in shifts.
I'm aware of rebranding Bottle Cap. I understand.
Ashley focused on the number of soldiers there. She's a number of soldiers at the tomb professional. She's a real pro at that. Hey, Mr. Kelsey-1, he's back. Probably doing a wash, right? Doing a laundry at night. Seems to be a common activity for Mr. Kill. Ross died last month. Don't know what that means.
Britain's hidden history, Ross.
Oh, I got it. Well, that's sad. Long live Ross. He's dead now.
Rick Ross? Bob Ross? Who are we talking about here?
Hidden history.
Rick Ross? Return of the Mac? A little Rick Ross? Return of the Mac. Oh, yeah.
Dude, Bob Ross is definitely worth hanging out with.
Yeah.
Bob Ross.
Dude, you don't watch
right.
his painting channel? Come on, man.
Bob Ross.
He needs some culture.
Bob Ross.
I'll go out there. I didn't think his paintings were all that great, to be honest with you.
Damn. I love watching the shit come to life, and it's all just so basic, and you're like, why can't I do that? Why are mine garbage every time I try?
They happened very quick. He could go from blank canvas to lake with woods and trees and a house.
Within one episode of a show, which was 20 minutes. Yeah, gangster shit. I want to show you guys a painting I make in 20 minutes, and we'll compare. Although, if you want to pay me for it, I will accept cash.
Well, you're not getting any.
So this is Matthew 27, 63 to 66. Saying, Sir, we remember that the deceiver said, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say unto the people, he is risen from the dead. So the last error shall be worse than the first. The pilot said unto them, "Ye have watch, go your way, make it as sure as ye can." So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and steadying watch. So I don't know how many people were there. It doesn't give a number exactly. It just says that they went and set watch.
All right, fair enough. I mean, didn't really settle anything, but
we are both wrong and we are both right, Ashley. I will concede to that point.
Do you used to watch Bob Ross? Is that what you're saying there, Aphid?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
Used to. Shun the non-believer.
Well, he's
Shun.
I hate to put a spoiler alert in there, but Bob Ross is no longer with us. So
I
knew that.
I know.
Sad.
It was all the hairspray.
He was a peaceful guy.
It was that whip action he had drying off.
He died of arthritis from his whacking hand.
Yeah.
He was a cool guy. It's sad to see
So,
him die.
Last Dance. Not to change the subject,
devil
but
out of it, David.
I think it's about time. I've listened. Right after Christmas, I got those albums. And my needle was broke. I want to blame my son, but I don't know whose fault it was. But anyway, I had to wait to get my needle back in, and I finally got to listen to the Revolver, and that's your favorite of the Beatles,
right.
Isn't it?
It is my favorite.
I still don't think it. I still don't think it's my favorite. I was curious though in the order, and I could have looked this up. But what was when did that one come into play? Was that shortly after, like their, was that kind of their first kind of more,
It was their
not so 50s sounding.
Yeah, it was. It was their first album where they kind of made a clean break with I would call it the Beatlemania
right
era. Although some people kind of credit the previous album, one just before it, Rubber Soul, for doing that. I think of it as Revolver. Revolver was the first album where they experimented. Revolver was just before Sgt. Pepper, where they experimented with the psychedelic sounds and more abstract lyrics and lots of interesting shit too, which I just love. The backward masked guitars on that just makes me giddy to hear that.
When you
Did they do some? I'm sorry, the backwards guitar. Did they do some hidden messages?
I don't think anybody has ever come up with anything particularly convincing, but people, of course, look for those hidden messages for decades.
If it go, my man.
Oh, you're obviously a Beatles fan, and if you picked like all your favorite songs, would more of them be from Revolver than any other album, or do you like it because of the reason?
No, I like it because of where it is in the chronological order of their artistic development. It was sense. It's the first. It's what I consider to be the first album of the second. That Beatles, the Beatles after Beatlemania.
Right.
So yeah, it's the first album, the first psychedelic album, the kind of the first of the new Beatles, the Beatles that are not so concerned about making money as much as they are about kind of impressing themselves and their peers in the music world with their artistry and brilliance.
Unreal.
I also got Rumors, and
that's an awesome.
It is. It's good, but once again, it's just not. I like to put it because I made a list of like off of. I think it was probably. I'm sure it was probably Rolling Stones magazine. Their top 100 albums of all times, the ones that I hadn't heard every song from and that I was somewhat interested in, and put it on this list. And I sent it to all my family members to get me those albums the past 2 Christmases or whatever. And The Wall was, or not. Yeah. Dark Side of the Moon was, I've been wanting to get that, and um, uh, Bob Marley. What's the one? The big one that's
Not Legend. Not Legend.
Yeah, I think it is that one, isn't it?
All right, good enough. Legend is a compilation of all of his stuff.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I've heard those before though. So like Revolver, I haven't heard the entire. There's a couple songs on there that I don't know if I've ever heard before. If I have, maybe once or twice. And I don't know. Rumors I was a little disappointed with too. I was like, I feel like I've heard albums, and it's all personal, but but I just feel like I've heard albums front to back that had more good songs on them than both of those, and they're so high up on the list.
Rumors, I think they had like 6 charting hits or 7 charting hits from the Rumors album. It's like every song was a hit.
They're good, but it's probably just like personal preference.
Personal
because
taste.
It's just
sure.
not my taste. Where Revolver, I enjoy the music more for sure.
Sarita's wondering if you're talking about Fleetwood Mac.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's her favorite album.
Is it?
English Bottle Cap says the White Album. Some reckon
that's my favorite.
A lot of people like the White Album,
and I hadn't heard Revolver, so I have to say I opened because the White Album was on my list too, and I opened it. It was Revolver. I've heard the White Album, so part of me was like, oh, let's give this a chance because I've never heard the whole thing. But the White Album I have heard, and I really, really like it. And some of the songs on there I really, really like.
Yeah, I like a lot. I like a lot about the White Album and a lot of the songs.
It just gives me more things to ask for next Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't harsh on Abbey Road.
No, Abbey Road is.
She's So Heavy. Here Comes the Sun.
Yeah, Abbey Road was.
Beatles medley is great.
Abbey Road has some pretty cool stuff too. To me, because it's their last time in the studio, I feel like it gives it a sadness that it may not have if you didn't know that fact, but it somehow I don't know, taints everything on it.
Wow.
English Bottle Cap hitting in with a little Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club. Great album.
A lot of people think that's the best album that the Beatles made, and I think there's a lot of justification for saying that. If it wasn't for the fact that Revolver was kind of the first, just in terms of chronological. I try to think of what would it be like if I was a Beatles fan at that time, hearing kind of the new sounds, and Revolver would have just blown my mind if I had just come off of listening to their previous album.
What did you say the name of the previous album was?
Rubber Soul.
Man, I mean, I'm sure I know some of the songs from it, but
yeah, there are a lot of the Beatles really liked that album themselves.
Did they?
They really enjoyed that album. I guess they weren't fighting,
right?
So they kind of their memories are better, and I don't know, less pressure.
There's something about the vinyl though. I'm starting to get my brother gave me just a shitload, which I was so grateful for, that I guess he had that he didn't even know he had. But I don't know. There's something about just taking it out of the sleeve and putting it on there and spinning it around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
People, I'm not an audiophile enough to know to notice the difference. But still, I always felt like the vinyl sounded better until it started getting scratched, which
right.
That's the other thing people don't remember is that every time you played, and you'd play your albums until they were basically just a bunch of pops.
Yeah.
I mean, it deteriorates, so that's the downside. CDs.
Do you have a turntable and a vinyl collection?
My daughter has a turntable. But
You don't have any Led Zeppelin?
No, I don't have any vinyl. I don't have any.
Oh.
I mean,
Nathan, do you have like some big ass old speakers?
They're not big, but they're not big, but they're good.
And you have a record player hooked up to them?
Uh-huh.
Does it sound epic with the crackles and pops and?
Yeah, it's a decent. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's a decent sounding. I got good speakers. I got a good receiver now, and
I haven't heard Led Zeppelin on vinyl for probably
I don't
35 years.
I don't have any Led Zeppelin on vinyl, but I do have, which I was actually listening to before I got on the telephone call, before I got on the show. I was just listening to this today.
Houses of the Holy? Is that what that is?
This is like one of the top on the, which I didn't even realize I had. It was sitting on a shelf. Physical Graffiti.
Oh, all right, there you go.
But it's got like a lot of the good songs on there.
Sure it does.
But I listened to it on that's why I just said what I said about there's something about because I listened to this on CD, which I'm sure had probably superior quality, you know. But definitely. I don't know. When you take the records out and you put them on there, there's just, I don't know, there's something about it. It just,
hell yeah,
it's more of an event, you know, instead of just popping a CD in a tray and push and play.
English Bottle Cap bringing up 2 great songs from Rubber Soul.
Yeah.
Nowhere Man and Norwegian Wood.
Yep.
What a song.
Yeah.
Norwegian Wood, simple, but man, it's as far as I can tell, it's about a guy who wants to get laid, but all he's left with is Norwegian Wood at the end. He's not getting any pussy out of it. That's
right.
Damn sure. What a great concept to write that in the 60s. Golly, I mean, you know, Guns N' Roses could have written that in the 90s, and it would have been like breaking boundaries. They wrote it in the 60s, man. It's so cool.
That people were, you know, at that time with everything they wrote would receive analysis ad infinitum from critics as well as fans. And I think maybe those 2 tracks there was some reporter who was cornered the Beatles, and he thought, you know, he was trying to talk to them about some criticism they got of.
I sent you this clip on.
Was that the one?
Discord, yeah.
Yeah, you know, people have said that you're writing songs about lesbians and transvestites. And, well, what do you say to that? And then Paul thinks about it, and he says something like, well, we're just trying to write some good songs about lesbians and transvestites.
Exactly.
And everybody laughs.
The press corps laughed. The fucking band laughed. Even though George barely even made a face, because that was his thing.
Yeah. They
still laughed, and that was it. He nailed it. He nailed that guy to the wall, dude.
Right.
It was fucking awesome. What a great answer. Yeah, we did. And he basically answered the question for all of rock and roll. This is what we represent. The things you hate. Yeah, that's what we wrote about.
Yep.
That's how it's gonna fucking be, and deal with it, brother. It was fucking awesome.
But they were, all of them were fairly polite by nature.
Yeah, completely.
So, you know, he kind of said it in a polite way. He didn't actually swear at the guy.
Right.
But I think he did make his point.
And after they started laughing, he actually kind of looked around in a sort of polite, surprised manner that he even hit it like that. I don't even think he was trying to being this relevant guy, this deep thinker. I think he was answering it in a very British manner. The band cracked up, the press corps cracked up, and then he realized he had answered it in a profound way. But
Yeah.
I think initially he was just answering it like himself, you know? Which was the Beatles, because that's what they did. They made music as themselves. Talk about right time, right place, right group of guys. They just were like magic for that moment. It was incredible.
Yeah.
So good. I mean, just so... You could say the same thing about Led Zeppelin. There seemed to be a bit of a run.
Led Zeppelin, I think it was an amazing collection of talent.
Totally.
It's Robert Plant's voice could, he could sing the most delicate stuff with beauty, and then shriek his voice out in the next verse, and he just had such a versatile voice. I don't really think there was anything like it.
I agree. Certainly, the pathway was laid by the Beatles, but where it went in a few short years to Led Zeppelin was
absolutely
truly incredible. What a tangent! What a wild! And then you have bands like Black Sabbath and a few in the United States, but man, there wasn't much back then. And golly, it was what a time.
Yeah,
can't imagine.
Think how much life changed during like the mid 60s to 80 compared to like the last 15 years. It changed so much more then.
Yeah, I agree. What's your first memory of a great song, you guys? Like, do you remember? Mine would have been around the time of Van Halen 1984. I would have been around 8 years old for that. I remember that. I remember like burning down the house.
Yeah, man. I'd sit by. I had this little bitty boombox, and like that song would come on, or Putting on the Ritz. Remember that song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's it? My Baby is a Centerfold by Jay Giles Band.
Yeah. Those were definitely big for my childhood.
What is it? No, not Pat Bennett. Is it Pat
Give Me
Bennett?
With Your Best Shot?
No, what's the chick that sang the like real I Love Rock and Roll? What's that? Is that Pat Bennett?
The other one with the shorter hair.
The dark hair, right?
Yeah.
She had dark hair.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was like, oh my god. She had another song, I think, too. But yeah, those songs, man. But I would remember getting my
Joan Jett. Thank you.
Joan Jett and the Blackhawks.
Yeah.
J.
So yeah, I'd sit in between those speakers, and you had to wait for sometimes you had to wait for like 2 hours for it to come back on the radio,
Right.
Because I didn't have no tapes or nothing. I remember the first tape player we had. It was a Fisher-Price tape player, and for some reason we had the Blues Brothers soundtrack to it, and I thought that thing was great. I played all those songs.
No, you mean Fisher.
Fisher-Price. What'd I say?
You said Fisher-Price. It should be Fisher.
No, Fisher-Price. No, it was Fisher-Price.
For little kids?
Yeah. Well, I was a little kid. It was a kid's Fisher-Price, like play school. Like you push a button and the thing popped out
with the colored buttons.
It was tan. Yeah, big
buttons.
Yeah, no,
they did make real tape.
Had a handle.
Yeah.
That's what I had to listen to.
Okay.
But yeah, for some reason we had the Blues Brothers soundtrack to the movie on tape, and I just thought we played the shit out of that thing.
Yeah, I mean that was a good one when they did the version of Soul Man. I covered that in the band.
Rawhide.
Coming to you down a dusty road.
You played
good loving. I got a truckload. What's the line he changes when he says, I was educated at Woodstock, and in the original they said from Goodstock. I always thought that was a nice touch that the Blues Brothers threw in at Woodstock instead of from.
You played Soul Man when you were in a band?
Yes, I played the guitar. Wow, it was awesome.
Yeah. Were you in a cage with chicken wire around it? People throw bottles at you?
No, but we had a female singer at the time. She was all right, but it wasn't great.
That sounds
We
like
like both kinds. We like both kinds, country and western.
Y'all ever put Black Sabbath tape
in
in
Teddy
a Teddy Ruxpin? No, I'd love to, though. That's a great idea.
Yep.
Irving Berlin, amazing music composer, says English bottle cap.
Well, okay, that's definitely different speed there.
Certainly is. And what do you think? Are we going to keep this baby rolling? You guys got more into here? What do you got?
I'll be here as long as you guys are interested in talking.
Any metal tape, really? I don't know what that means. I mean, you guys got anything? Go ahead and bring it up. I'm a little parched here for some.
I had one thing, and it's kind of an uncomfortable thing to talk about, and I didn't know how to bring it up. But
all right, let me get 2 beers for this. And,
all right.
Is it awesome?
I mean, I don't know. You'll have to decide yourself.
All right, now. Yeah, this is a 2-beer conversation. All right, be right back.
So my brother, my brother. Oh, he's back already. That was quick. These were the ones my brother gave me. Oh, look,
That's a strange note.
Well, that's a shame there, Mr. Kill.
Yeah.
This is what my brother gave me these for Christmas.
What happened?
Mother's milk.
I don't know.
I guess Mr. Kill was not happy with tonight's. He didn't think tonight's pub was the best.
No, we didn't draw enough blood, I guess.
Anyway, it was Mother's Milk, the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Uh-huh.
And then the Police, he gave me this one. And then The Wall, everybody's got to have that.
Yeah.
And I think Smokesteve likes this one. Rush.
Uh-huh.
Don't you like that one, Smokesteve? I thought you said you liked Rush.
What's the title of that one? I can't see it. My readers.
2112.
What an album.
And then
Can you read the song list?
Yeah.
From the Rush one?
Oh.
Get your readers.
Readers on for this one. I don't know if that's even. Let me just pull the. Yeah, because that's like red on black. You can't even see it. No, I can't. I'm not going to be. Even with my readers, I'm not going to be able to read it tonight. You'll have to Google that one.
All right. Before we move on, let me pick apart this. Mr. Kelsey, he's got another problem here with the pub.
Yeah. Well, I think we need to give him his money back. I think that's the solution.
I mean, Mr. Kelsey, what the fuck do you keep coming back if you don't like it, dude? I mean, you pulled this shit a few weeks ago that you didn't have any respect for us, and now you're saying what a boring pub this was. Then don't come around no more, dude. You ever heard of Tom Petty? If you don't like it, don't come here. All right? I don't give a fuck, man. You don't like it, don't come back. All right? What the fuck?
I was gonna actually apologize to Mr. Kill. I was a little. I was a little harsh on him. I was a little harsh on him last week, and
I mean, I don't understand. He's going to come here.
A straight frame of mind last week, so I was going to apologize.
He's going to say he doesn't like it, and then he's not going to click on and try to spice things up. He's just going to complain. Fucking.
He said,
"Don't come back, dude."
He said he wasn't welcome.
Dude, I'm not. Do I need to roll out the fucking red carpet for you guys? No. Just fucking jump on, dude. He's old school. He's been around here for fucking years. Fucking what the fuck? Alright, whatever. I'm over it. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
So the subject I wanted to bring up that was kind of, I don't know how to bring it up, but they had a award show last Sunday. Did you guys see it by any chance? Probably not.
No.
There was the Golden Globes. Is that what it was? I think it was Golden Globes.
I heard about it.
Yeah, that host guy was bombed or whatever. Yeah.
Fucking sucked, dude. It's a fucking joke, man. But go ahead.
The jokes that did land and everybody seemed to think were funny, it was a theme. Like it was almost like if you were a minority of any sort, you know, you had to make some kind of white people joke.
Oh, whitey joke. Okay.
Oh, Smokesteve's wife saw it. Maybe she realized this too, but it was, I don't know. It's like the white people are the butt ever, and it's like, you know, I don't know. It just seems kind of racist to me to, you know, put white people in that situation. I don't know. It just, I don't know. It just kind of put me off, and you know, I'm all for you know, equality. You know.
I know.
But it was like every person that got on stage had to say something about, oh, look at all these dumb white people. And everybody's like, you know, I mean, like that comedian that hosted the show said some kind of thing about Taylor Swift, you know, and she's like offended by it. Or I don't even remember what it was. And it didn't seem offensive to me at all. And she like they put the camera on her and she's scowling. But every time they make a white people joke, you know, she's laughing and clapping. And I don't know. It just seemed weird. I don't know what's going on here.
Hey,
you know?
hey, just keep not breaking the law, paying your taxes, and don't worry about what they say, I guess. I mean,
it seems like
I wish. Did Drone Tech see this? He would have.
Oh yeah, I would have got a notification. I would have got a notification. I'm sure.
Red dot.
I can't wait for the next red dot to see what those dirty libs are up to this time.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Yeah, we are essentially talking about the same thing that he would be talking about.
Right.
Yeah, and it is a funny thing to pick apart the concept there, but
I didn't see it.
I just don't know. I don't know. Like, it's totally okay to you know, to say
one thing's for sure
about whites.
Wife has it right with this one. Yeah, Ricky Gervais was fucking hilarious, dude.
Did Smokesteve's wife notice that? She said she saw it.
Yeah, she. Right. I mean, Ricky Gervais.
Every time there was like a you know, brown people, I think. Latino X, I don't even know what that means. I don't know. Latino X, I don't know what that means.
Latinx.
Is it Latin? Just Latinx?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to.
Chinese people, they were up there, and you know, everybody would just, you know, made fun of us white people. But I don't know.
What'd you say, Chinaman?
No, I didn't say that. Oh, Smokesteve agrees. I didn't say China.
I don't know what I heard sneak out there. Something snuck out to the void there. Maybe,
well, there was a man and he was Chinese, I think.
Yeah,
or
right.
He was Asian. I don't have a problem with. I've got no problem with nobody. But that's the thing, you know. I mean, I don't know. It just seems weird. Like, is this a period of time we go through where this is a socially acceptable thing, or you know, are we paying our repercussions for it? And that's another thing, repercussions, you know, topic.
Wait, I think you're using the wrong word there, but I know what you mean.
Reparations.
Reparations, right. You're right. I mean, repercussions.
Repercussions are bad. They could lead to
reparations. Kind of fits that. Yeah.
Sort of. I mean.
Last answer, I heard you sigh. You were getting ready to say something.
Well, it's not society. It's just a sort of a. I hate to bring partisan issues, but this is kind of a narrow band of kind of left wing humor that's kind of the thing in Hollywood that is dying out. It had its peak probably a few years ago, and in a few years,
it seemed like it was pretty strong.
Yeah,
just last Sunday night.
It's not strong. It was stronger before. It's
maybe.
I think it's dying. These things, there's fads, and they come and they go, and the only thing that really should matter to you is, was it funny or was it not funny?
And there was a couple times it was kind of funny, but then there was a couple times it was just thrown in just because they were, you could tell they were brown or whatever, and they just were gonna say it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or maybe like their people, wouldn't be happy with them if they didn't say it. I don't know.
Their people.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
No bueno, bro. No bueno, brother.
Well, then I got to thinking about the whole, which one is it? Repercussions, or what's the other thing?
Reparations.
Oh, reparations. All right.
I think.
And I like if I worked at a factory and they had right to work or affirmative action or any of that stuff, I wouldn't be happy with it. But then there's the other part of me that thinks that maybe it's okay, not okay that we don't have to be happy with it, but every like I'm a firm believer in if you're born in shit, you're gonna come you got like a 90% chance that you're probably gonna be shit. So if we even though they're not qualified or they're making the same amount of money as somebody's doing more work, if their children, they have a better education and they, I don't know. It's just something I'm struggling with, trying to figure out the yin and the yang from right here. And, like it's sacrifices that we need to make somewhere. So, I don't have a problem with people fighting against it and not being happy with it, but maybe it's okay that, we have areas where, this kind of thing happens. So, we bring some of these people out so their children have a better chance of being, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm not making any sense.
I know what you're saying, but I still
it makes sense. You don't agree with it.
I do not.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I don't know. I think that we can't just throw money at their education system and everything. That's not going to work. And
what were you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about statistically people that live in poverty, and statistically people that live in poverty in a metropolitan area like I live in are most likely statistically going to be, of a minority race.
So are you willing to give 10% to 20% of your income to them?
No, but I think in the overall scheme of things, maybe that's not such a bad thing, because
of course it is.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, if I had to vote on it, or if I worked at a place that this was going on at, I definitely wouldn't be happy.
So here's my, I hear what you're saying. And so here's my objection to that is it actually wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't have, let's suppose I didn't care about whether it's fair or not. Let's just suppose the only thing I care about is it effective? Can it accomplish what you want to accomplish? I think it would not ever accomplish anything. It's like giving money to a gambler. It's not going to, you're not really going to make their life better in any meaningful way.
Well,
I mean,
what if he's hungry and he spends 10% of the money on food?
You give a gambler 10% more, he'll just gamble away 10% more. He's already. I think what it misses is the cultural aspects of the condition. That there is a, and I'm not saying that culture is everything, but it's a lot of it. There's a culture of an anti-education culture, and that's where it starts, and it just builds from there. And there's really, it's not poverty per se, because there's a, where for now there's a excellent employment levels. There's lots of jobs. People, it's not like there's a huge amount of unemployment. So, poverty, I think, is more cultural in the United States than it is a lack of opportunity. Sorry. I mean, suppose someone's 18 years old and they haven't learned anything in their entire schooling. Nothing.
Very possible.
No math, reading at a second grade, third grade level. No science to speak of. They don't know anything really. They could have just skipped school entirely, and they would have come out about with the same level. What do you do at that point? You're kind of lost. You can't make someone know things when they've missed that opportunity.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, when they get these better paying jobs, they can move out to, they put themselves in a better position to move out to the sub. Unfortunately, that's just the dynamic of how things have went, where, the inner cities, at least here in St. Louis, you get a better job and you move out to the suburbs. And I've seen these kids where, their parents had these more opportunities, and then they move out, and then, there's let's say a 2-kid household, system, and their parents were able to move out to the suburbs, and they got a better education. They got to, experience better things and live a better life. And, they had a better chance of going on to college than the kids that their parents, worked at the local liquor store or whatever and didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I would argue that. I really would argue that what you see is change in culture more than a change in opportunity.
Yeah, but it could be, but that change of culture, I think, has led from some of these programs that maybe.
I believe it starts with allowing schools in the worst neighborhoods to be used as basically daycare centers, where children the worst children are allowed to disrupt everybody else's education, and it's nothing to do about it. And that happens every day of their education for all the their years of their primary school education. It's basically a zoo all day long, and trying to get an education is almost impossible. And people that come out of there with a kind of an education mindset, I think are just amazing. And yeah, those are people I'd love to find and hire. Not because of race or anything else, just because of the background noise that they were able to overcome and have the focus to come out. But no,
so do you think out here in the suburbs we should fund the inner city schools?
I don't think it's a lack of. I don't think money has anything to do with it. There's plenty of money. It doesn't take a lot of money to educate somebody.
Does some 20 grand, 30 grand.
I mean, you pay the teachers salaries. You have buildings. You don't need computer. You don't need computers at all.
I think it comes out to about 20 to 30,000 a year per student.
I don't know what it comes out to, but it doesn't take. It's not lack of funding that makes that's failing.
Yeah, teachers suck ass.
Well, I don't know if that's it either. I think that they're basically prison guards more than they're teachers.
my buddy's a teacher, and he had to start out in the inner city.
That guy?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And well, that's where you have to go. That's where you have to go. Like when you first get, you got to make your way, and he said that's why he left, was because, he was kind of having to protect the female teachers that, from certain instances that were happening. He was spending his own money to get he was an art teacher, the school supplies, and they were just getting stolen every day. So
yeah, interesting.
I'm sure that's true. You do spend a lot.
So finally he had enough of it, and he was able to, every off season or whatever, he tried to get a job out here in the suburbs, and he finally did, and he was out of there.
Sure.
But it just leaves the inner city teachers that really don't care as much for continuing their education. They're just stuck where they're at.
Of course.
Anyway.
What are you guys thinking here? You want me to
Nobody can complain. Nobody's can complain whichever way you go, Smokesteve.
Exactly. Thank you.
You guys want me to keep it going or just end it outright? If you want to keep chatting, I'll keep it going, but end the stream.
No, I mean, I would have liked to have got on earlier, but, circumstances.
I'm more than happy to say goodbye.
Yeah.
All right.
But if you want to keep going, I'll hang around too. So.
Oh, I'm good.
I'm gonna once you close it, I'm gonna start working on things to make Mr. Kelsey enjoy his